Hello, everyone, and welcome to this radcast of the Social Club at the End of This World. I'm Jamin Shively. This is my queen, Melissa. Welcome, sweetheart, and welcome to everyone here. We're going to start with personal updates, and in fact, why don't we start with you, Melissa? Personal update.
Good morning, everyone. Really glad to be back on the Social Club and to see all your beautiful faces. Lots going on here. Jamin and I were selected recently by a group in Pacifica, California, to go and work with their community who are feeling the effects very much of abrupt climate change and sea level rise. So we'll be going down this winter and working with the community there on a project, which is super exciting. And we are continuing connecting really quickly now with environmental groups here on the island and in Seattle, which is really exciting, and continuing to do the work focused on the Salish Sea, the orca whales, and the Chinook salmon, and how to protect and bring back the health of all the sea animals, creatures, which at the moment are really struggling to survive. So there's a lot of work going on here with that. So very exciting times, challenging and exciting. Thank you.
All righty, and welcome Nolan, who just joined us. We're just doing personal updates now, so if you want to do a personal update, Nolan, Evan's next on personal updates, and feel free to jump in after that if you'd like. Evan, take it away with a personal update.
Hello, everyone. My name is Evan, and I am currently just outside of London, and I'm going to be heading home here pretty soon. So I'm currently just in a sort of preparatory stage. I'm getting ready to reintroduce myself into home life, I suppose. And that's what's going on.
Beautiful. Thank you, Evan. All right. Nolan, did you want to give an update?
Sure. And to all who aren't familiar, Evan and I are brothers. So I'm super eager for him to get back here so we can jam in person. But let's see. Since I was last on here, I guess I saw Miles at Zoomtopia, but not the rest of you. So I went down and to San Jose, California, and stopped by the big Zoom conference they were hosting there, and made some good connections with people in some AI companies, people specializing in Zoom hardware that you can just set down in the middle of a table and then you're ready to go. It's got a 360-degree camera on it. So I made some good connections there. I got a word in with the CEO of Zoom, Eric Yuan, and that went surprisingly well. He and his wife got a kick out of the shirt I was wearing, which said, ask me how we can unite humanity using Zoom, ... And then on the back it says, ... and solve the world's most wicked problems. And so him and his wife got a kick out of that when I showed him. And I told him we were working with a group of Harvard, Stanford, and ETH scientists on cutting-edge climate change solutions. And he seemed very flattered by the whole thing. His wife ended up taking a picture of the two of us together, and then he asked for a card. So he ended up with a with a radish card. So it says radish, radical collective intelligence, a new level of thinking. And so hopefully his wife sends me a text here with the picture of the two of us. That'd be super cool. And then I can, maybe plug the website a little bit again or something. But anyways, all that to say, really good conference. And I see we have at least maybe one person dialing in by phone I'm not familiar with.
That's Cynthia dialing in from Arizona. She's friends with Silas.
Nice. Well, good to have you.
All right, beautiful. Okay, I'll give an update. Hey, Jackie, welcome. And Jamie, welcome. All right. With my sister Jackie here, now it's a party. Woo! We got the ladies in the house. What could be better?
Hi, Melissa. Sorry I'm late.
Don't worry about it. With that piano introduction, you're welcome anytime. And and we're just kind of doing personal updates right now. Jackie, did you want to give a personal update? Jamie, anyone else? Before we wrap up personal updates? Yeah.
I'm right now just at the tail end of putting the last little stitches into Vegan World 2026 conference this weekend. Very excited. So yeah, it's going to be amazing. We're really looking forward to it. So that's where I'm like a little all over the place.
Yeah, totally. Beautiful. Great.
Congrats.
Congratulations. And thanks for all you're doing, Jackie. All right. Jamie, did you want to give an update?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Nothing big changed on my end. I've been monkeying around with this torn shoulder. I just got back from physical therapy, and I don't have to use the brace anymore, so I can get back to an active life, which has been since the first week of April. I've been very debilitated. Everybody's journey to save life on Earth is don't fall down. That's my tip for the day. But anyhow, personally, things are good, and I just wanted to get into everybody. Good to be here.
Awesome, Jamie. Welcome. So great to see you. Okay. I'll give a little. Oh yeah, Phil. Phil, is this a good time for you to jump in with a personal update? Take a break from the wind.
It is quite windy here today. I just wanted to first of all thank Jamin for sending the link to the conference for Zoom last week. I wasn't able to attend that meeting. I was actually out on a rescue. But anyway, I'm pretty familiar with the whole web collaboration tool thing. I've put a couple of them in at universities here, two different systems. So I'm very impressed by Zoom. It seems like quite a good system. So I'll kind of look into that a little bit more. It does seem to have a bit of a flat file database, like a Lucene database kind of thing. So, I'm pretty impressed by that. Other than that, things here in Townsville, as I said, it's been super windy. A lot of boats just flying all over the place. Not much else to report. Extinction Rebellion has been doing some things down south in Melbourne and even in Brisbane, certainly. And we've had some reports in the news here lately about the potential for some pretty serious drought this year. In fact, there's been some speculation that the Murray-Darling River system might even shut down this year. So we'll see how that plays out. So other than that, that's probably about it, and I'll hand things over. Thanks. Bye.
Awesome, Phil. Thanks so much for being here. All right. Somebody is screen sharing here. Is that that's Miles. That's Miles.
Oh, that's me. Is it actually showing on your end?
Yeah, and it's kind of taken over the whole screen.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm playing around. I don't know really what I'm doing, but I'll do my update right now. Sorry, Phil. I didn't realize it was actually showing if I didn't have my video started. So anyway, my name's Miles Flegg. I'm calling from Mokinstis, You can just point to your elbow if you want to use sign language, Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And this photo was from Friday. This young lady named Tisha was at the Friday Strike for Future. And she was kind enough to hold my plant-based diet sign promoting climatehealers.org. So it was a smaller gathering on Friday in Calgary. However, there was a pretty sizable crowd a little bit later after this. I'm going to stop sharing. Greta Thunberg was here in Alberta. She may still be in Alberta. And she passed through Calgary last week. She went up to Edmonton. And there were, I think, about 15,000 people joined her in front of the Alberta Legislature building in Edmonton and had a fantastic rally. It was led by the First Nations people of Alberta, young people. So on Friday, I was downtown in Calgary with my little contribution. I'd just like to update a little bit more about what's happening here in Canada. We had an election last night, and Justin Trudeau is now continuing to be Prime Minister. He did lose 20 seats. It's a minority government. And the reason he lost seats was because he had a number of corporate scandals, obstruction of justice issues type thing. You know, I'm surprised he did as well as he did. But I think one of the things that he had going for him is the Liberal Party has a strong, relatively speaking, strong environmental initiative, even though they're very contradictory, as compared to the Conservative Party, which is basically sort of like, they'd be probably like Trump in many ways, just open up everything to drill, baby, drill, hack the forests down and such. I, for the first time, voted Green, and it's unfortunate, I don't understand it, but because, you know, knowing that extinction is imminent if we don't do something, they only gained one seat. They now have 3 seats in Canada's House of Commons, as it's called. And there's something like 300 seats, I believe, if I'm correct. So we're a rather divided nation in many respects. I don't know if this is going to show up in your vision, but that map is of Canada, and you can see the colors are very regional. Anyway, one thing about it is the Liberals have declared a national emergency in their previous government, but I could say probably like the people of Great Britain that they declare a national emergency, but we're not really seeing very much substantial change. That's my update. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Miles. And welcome, Silas, our hero. We were singing your praises earlier.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and we're just doing personal updates. If you want to do a personal update, feel free to jump in anytime. Let's see. Anyone else want to do a personal update? Okay. Well, I'll do a personal update. Last week I had some just busy deadline stuff, so I was only able to be on for 1 hour on the social club last week. Now, is that Aliani who's playing the piano there? Aliani, I haven't actually heard from you. I've heard your music, which is beautiful, but haven't heard from you. So I'll tell you what, Aliani, I'm going to go ahead and mute you if I hear the piano go off again. And love to hear your voice, so just jump in anytime. So anyway, I want to thank Miles for, leading, moderating the social club after I jumped off after the first hour last week. Miles, you did a great job. And thanks to everyone for participating. That's actually a really significant milestone that and let's see, in that we've evolved beyond Jamin having to lead, and because it's really, as a collective intelligence, we really de-emphasize leaders, and which kind of reminds me of the classic definition of anarchy: not an absence of rules, but an absence of rulers, right? So we don't have rulers here, but we do have rules. And and we're, as now there's a dozen of us, or actually a baker's dozen, since Melissa and I are two of us here. And soon we'll start to have kind of a little bit of an overcrowding problem on the social club, which is a good problem to have. First of all, the more the merrier. But second of all, as our numbers grow, we'll be able to, everybody knows the word bifurcate. I think I sound smart when I use the word enfurcate, break out into N different, topic areas and different groups. Not that we'll ever end the social club. The social club might just be this really great central gathering point, but we'll also be able to start several focused meetings on different topics. Veganism, notably. Jackie has expressed interest in starting a program on parenting, and
Awesome.
so we can do lots of different topics. SRM, for example. I'm several of us on Radish are.
It's a lovely day for a walk outside.
All right, Aliani, between the piano music and the walk outside, I'm going to go ahead and put you on mute, but we'd love to hear you inside. I don't know if it was just like an accidental pocket dial or something, but we love to have you here, Aliani. And I'm going to put you on mute until we hear from you in a more formal way. Okay. Anyway, so I have been very focused on SRM, solar radiation management. We're several of us on Radish, including Nolan and Jamie on this call, are part of an SRM group that's been meeting every couple of weeks or so, and led by some scientists at Harvard, and also including scientists from other realms, and very notably including Professor Guy McPherson, who brought many of us together to begin with. We are in the process of basically growing the SRM group into an SRM community and a collective intelligence. So that's really been my kind of main focus in terms of project. And I'm really, really focusing on that, and trying to get as much other stuff off my plate so we can really make that happen. And that's kind of the main agenda item for today, which I'll also give an introduction to. But I also wanted to mention, as Melissa mentioned, we are very happy to have won a competition to do a big art project in Pacifica, California, south of San Francisco, which is suffering from the loss of coastline, cliff erosion, sea level rise, storm surges. They're really getting battered. And their previous government, mayor and city council, when they went to the community and said, look, we're going to have some meetings about managed retreat. We're going to have to retreat from the coastline here. The community had a very negative reaction to that. And their reaction was, no, we need to stand our ground. What is this retreat nonsense, right? And so they all got voted out of office. The entire previous city government got replaced in the last election. So now there's a new city government, and of course they're terrified of mentioning managed retreat to their community, lest they get voted out of office as well. So they've called us in, and another group as well of artists, to do artful projects to bring the community together in dialogue. And one of the main vectors of dialogue that we're going to be developing is basically, all right, Pacifica, you have a choice. Your choice is you can either retreat or you can stand your ground. If you want to stand your ground, let's talk about what that actually looks like. To stand your ground, what that's going to look like is we need to heal the climate, right? Long-term, the big solution is veganism. Short-term, the emergency solution is solar radiation management, or SRM, forcibly cooling the planet, independent of the greenhouse gases that are out there, just using reflectivity. And what I would love to see happen is that the community of Pacifica, both the government and the people, and all organizations that want to get involved, establish Pacifica as a major leader in solar radiation management, and actually reach out to other coastal communities, and that we all work together to form essentially a federation of coastal communities taking a stand against the loss of the world's coastline and coastal regions due to sea level rise and storm surges, climate change. And for these coastal communities to rally around these big solutions of SRM, veganism, etc., in some sort of logical progression. So that's just this really big, exciting opportunity. Pacific is just like a 15-minute drive south of San Francisco. So very close to San Francisco, right on that San Francisco peninsula, right on the coastline. It's, it's north of, Santa Cruz, Carmel, all those areas, but south of San Francisco. So it's just right on that beautiful coastline. And so it's kind of this iconic place. It's sort of, I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area. Pacifica is one of our little gems of beautiful coastline that's, part of the Bay Area. So we not only want to take that mission to Pacifica, but to San Francisco itself and to the whole Bay Area, and say, look, this is a planetary problem. This isn't just some local problem, but, concentrated on Pacifica. This is everybody's problem. So anyway, we can, happy to share more about that. But the basic idea is, leverage Pacifica, leverage the Bay Area, leverage all of California with a theme that we want to put out there. So imagine, most of you have seen me with my Darth Vader costume. Imagine I'm now out there with a fireman costume, an old classic fireman costume, hat, coat, pants, the whole thing, and with a big sign that says, Californians, stand your ground. We're going to stand our ground and not give up the beautiful Gold Coast of California, right? Or the West Coast of the United States, or the entire coast of the United States, all the way Alaska, Hawaii included, or for that matter, all the coasts of the world, including Phil's beloved Australian coast, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to stand our ground. And what does that look like? Here's what that looks like. And as we do art projects in Pacifica that Melissa is spearheading, we'll get media attention. And as the media comes, they'll say, well, what is this story about stand our ground in the face of the, rapidly diminishing, destroying of the coastline, which is now a big story in California. The LA Times did a big article on California's vanishing coastline in July of this year. You can look it up, but a really good article. And Pacifica was actually featured in that article. Pacifica is sort of this poster child because you've got houses literally falling over the edge of the cliffs there, which are eroding. So it's this iconic image. And what a beautiful name, Pacifica. It's basically the name of the biggest ocean in the world, this beautiful, peaceful ocean, Pacifica. Ask my sister Jackie. In Spanish, that means peaceful, right? Pacific. So anyway, I think we've got a really golden opportunity to create a physical sort of concentrated point for making the point of standing our ground, which is a very positive thing that kind of rallies people together, but also present people with a choice. Californians, you've got a choice. You can either retreat from this beautiful coastline, right, and let it get gobbled up and swallowed up and immersed with rising sea levels and storm surges, or we can stand our ground. What do you want to do? We put it to you. And then let people come forward. Everyone's going to want to stand their ground. Okay, well, what does that look like? Here's what that looks like. We've got to do SRM at a planetary scale. So coastal communities of the world unite. Desert communities of the world. Australia is also suffering from terrible drought. Phil was mentioning about how a whole river basin might just be dried up this year as we're moving into Australia's summer. The central Midwest areas of the United States really got battered this last year. So it's more like communities of the world unite, not just coastal communities, but all communities. India suffered terrible droughts, followed by flooding in some areas. We're all getting devastated by climate change. So we need to unite, we need to stand our ground, and we need to figure out how, and that's why we're bringing collective intelligence to this. So before I go on to kind of the main topic, let's take a moment and talk Pacifica. Does anyone have any thoughts about this kind of strategy of?
I'd like to add something.
Please, yeah.
Yeah, one of the wonderful things about this project is that it's offering us the opportunity to get community involved. So it's not someone going to a place and creating a business or creating an art installation. It's actually a community engagement project, which is really exciting. So we'll be working with the community, and everything that gets created will be made by the community. So collectively making those decisions, exploring different things such as grieving the loss of species and habitat, addressing, how to change our lifestyles so that we're not impacting the planet in the way that we have. So some of these very new topics or new engagements, new ways of living and doing and being. So we're really excited about that as well. So I just wanted to add that to what Jamin has introduced, how we will be developing the project. And also see it as an opportunity for involving any of you who want to become involved in this sort of project. And I'm seeing more and more of these types of projects happening now, where people are coming together and working collectively and changing up the way that they are and we are doing business and living our lives. Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may, jump in.
Please.
It's a technical question, basically, maybe because I'm a bit ignorant about SRM, but I think its implications touch upon a lot more than just technical stuff. The question is this: let's say you had persuaded the City Council of Pacifica to implement Dr. Tao, is it? Am I saying his name correctly? Dr. Tao's idea about arrays of mirrors. You would put them right off the coast, you would put them around the city, so forth and so on, to see what it does. How locally containable would something like this be? Would the results be restricted to Pacifica locality, or would you have a drought suddenly in San Francisco, which has never seen before? How much does science know about this? And how could you even measure it?
Very good, Ehud. Great question. So the big picture of SRM is that in order to cool the planet, see right now, thanks to the greenhouse gases, the total amount of heat in this closed system of planet Earth is just increasing and increasing and increasing. And notably, The ice around the world has been melting because of it, and the ocean temperatures have been rising. Those have been essentially the buffers that have been absorbing the heat with devastating consequences throughout the world. The hotter ocean creates more storm surges, for example. The melting ice rises the sea level, et cetera, et cetera. And all this is just devastating to life generally. So it's a planetary scale problem, and the solution of SRM is a planetary scale solution. And by that I mean that we need literally millions of square miles of reflectivity between ocean mirrors and land-based mirrors, or desert canopies of reflective materials, for example, as we've talked about before. But we really have to look at it holistically. So there is no local treatment of climate change. Oh, we're just going to put some local arrays of mirrors off the coast of Pacifica and that'll solve Pacifica's problem. No, it doesn't work that way. It really has to be done at a global scale. And that's why one of the facets of the collective intelligence to make SRM happen is precisely computer modeling, creating a complete model of planet Earth. And this really means cobbling together existing models. We have existing climate models, existing ocean models, weather models, et cetera. What we need to do now is overlay, we'll assemble the model that we need, as I would suggest an open source project using collective intelligence, and then use that model to simulate a whole bunch of different scenarios, land-based scenarios, ocean-based, mixed scenarios, and find that mix of SRM deployments over land, over oceans, et cetera, that will give us the best overall planetary impact of, yes, cooling the planet is the primary objective, but in the process, having the most beneficial impacts in terms of weather, in terms of rainfall, et cetera, all around the world, basically, bring us back to some sort of pre-industrial baseline, not just of global average temperature, but of global climate, so that we can bring the climates back to what the local ecosystems of each area evolved to live within, right? Because it's these increased temperatures and storm surges and everything that are destroying local climates and ecosystems, because it's just a big shift. It's like you've moved the goalposts, right? So we need to ideally bring the whole planet in every location back to where it was climate-wise, pre-industrial, and even that journey itself of cooling. How quickly do we want to cool the planet and bring temperature back to pre-industrial levels? How quickly can we refreeze the Arctic in a cooling planet? So there's a whole bunch of details that need to be worked out, but it needs to be done globally. Does that answer your question, Ehud?
It does partially, but of course it brings up another question connected to it, if that's okay to ask. Even if you ran all of your most sophisticated simulations, you would still need to go out into the field and do a test run on a limited locality. You couldn't just put up millions of mirrors and then hope for the best. So the question is, let's say, again, I'm just taking Pacifica as an example. Your test site would be Pacifica. You put up your mirrors, you do your calculations, you say, oh, this is so wonderful. Pacifica is cooled down by 2 degrees or whatever. How valid, let's say that's what happened. How valid would that be for deploying it on a huge scale? Could you go to the President of the United States and say, oh, listen, my experiment in Pacifica worked wonderfully. Now all we have to do is multiply it by 1,000,000 times and everything will be okay. But how is that a valid statement?
Yeah. Well, first of all, there have been not intentional experiments, but experiments by default that have come out of all the various land use changes that have happened around the world. And so there's lots of data of temperature, humidity, etc., before and after certain changes were made. So when certain areas have gone urban, that changes the reflectivity. So there's lots of data that we have for all the changes that have already happened. And in fact, if we look at all this historical data and correlate it with all the changes that have happened, we can use that to do really rich modeling on a local scale, but also on a planetary scale. And a lot of this modeling is ongoing. It's already been happening. We've just been modeling basically the ride up in terms of temperature and energy. Now we sort of need to model the ride down from cooling. And, that's going to be, but we do have gobs of data. So, for example, I used to live in San Diego, and when I would drive back and forth across the US-Mexican border, there was a very noticeable change. When you drive from Tijuana, which is mostly concrete and asphalt, to San Diego, where you've got a lot of green grasses and green, a very noticeable change in temperature just from driving 1 mile, right? So we have a whole bunch of data of these kind of A/B comparisons, before and after, as well as side by side. So there's lots of really good data. It's really not rocket science what we're talking about. And we do have very good ocean models, climate models. We just need to cobble them together, use the data that we have so that we can make predictions, which I think we can make fairly good predictions. But I want to temper this whole prediction thing and how well can we predict, and let's not do anything unless we know for sure what's going to happen. Well, we know for sure right now we're in a death spiral. And if we don't do something, we're all going to be dead. And so kind of like when the fire department shows up at a house that's on fire, here's what they don't do. What they don't do is say, okay, everybody stop. We're going to let the fire burn for a while we kind of model out what would happen if we sprayed water here and if we sprayed. No. They break out the hoses. They spray first, ask questions later, right? Does that have unintended consequences? Yes. I don't want my king-size mattress soaked with water. Damn it. I wanted you to put out the fire, not soak my mattress, But hey, right? So I'm not saying let's be reckless, but I'm also saying we don't have a heck of a lot of time to wait. And at some point, the fire chief, and I see Jamie nodding his head up and down as a retired first responder, Jamie, I'd love for you to comment on this. At some point, you simply need to make the call. We're acting. We're hosing down the house. We're putting out the reflective mirrors, and so there will be this simultaneous rollout of SRM while the modeling is always going to get better and better and better, right? Our ways of processing data and understanding and testing, that'll be ongoing, just like, of course, the fire department learns from its mistakes and its unintended consequences, right? Anyway, that's, I see you shaking, you're not rocking your head up and down, Ehud, so it looks like we're in sync here. Does anyone, Jamie or otherwise, want to comment on what I'm saying here about?
I would jump in just briefly. Everything that, good body first responders, I was in law enforcement, worked with every other kind of responder. The core principle of what we do is loss mitigation, whether it's saving lives from opiate abuse, putting out fires, but it's loss mitigation given the facts as they are, not as we could look into them or could do a double-blind study or do a look back. Meaning the space shuttle program was rocked with some tremendous mistakes that, with all the most fantastic calculation possible and the best brains ever born working on, there were losses. And that went on, for decades of trying to prevent losses and then try to restudy why it happened and then correct it. in the world I come from, and we have to find a blend, is what I'm saying. The world I come from is you either shoot the guy with the gun who's shooting up the mall, or you wait to see if he runs out of ammo. And it's been pretty clear that the move is to react. So I'm of the opinion that we are, unfortunately, I'm 56 years old, and due to definitely my generation and some generations before me that became addicted to money and addicted to hoarding and collecting, we've missed the opportunity, or at least the powers that be have missed the opportunity. There's been many people beating the table with their shoe for years since I was a child, and I first heard the word ecology in the early 70s. There's many people have been beating the table, but they have been beaten back by the hoarding and the addiction to making things better. We're trying to teach second and third world countries how to hoard, not how to survive, not how to commune with the earth, but how to hoard like we do, so we can then monetize their hoarding through taxes and development. So the model is broken. I'm not, it's above my pay grade to tell you what the solution is, but I will tell you that I believe, and I think the world is coming to Extinction Rebellion. Everybody, Dr. Rao, everybody here is coming to the realization that it's time for the fire hoses. And yes, we will probably lose some species in the desert. Yes, there could be tremendous unintended consequences. But if unintended consequences appear, and they may be horrible, let's say that we successfully roll out millions of miles of reflective material and it actually does something great. What if it also alters the atmosphere permanently? Well, that's an unintended consequence that is going to be better than if the atmosphere is a fireball and we're all gone. So I kind of think that we have to make the best of bad choices now. We've got really no good choices. So we have to use our brains and collective intelligence to say, let's assess this like a SWAT raid. What's objective? How do we get there? And how do we minimize loss? How do we minimize individual loss and a collective loss? And some things won't be minimized and some things will. But if we fail to act, then, it's like break out the marshmallows as the earth burns. So secondly, real quick, because I don't want to talk and take up all the air, to Melissa and Jamin, I was thinking when you were talking about Pacifica, have you thought about or talked about, and I know we have in the past on different projects, maybe documenting this in like a documentary way? Because I keep thinking to myself, if you guys are you're doing multiple things, you're doing art, you're doing public outreach, which is the most important way to get a hold of people's hearts, because when your house goes over the cliff, you really want to talk about it, okay? If it's your apartment or your doghouse or your house is on the edge of the cliff and you want some solutions, that's the most important topic on these people's minds. And what you guys are going to be addressing in Pacifica, if we were able to do any type of documentary, if I came up with film it or Nolan or something, some way we did this, even if it was a poor quality, and get it up on YouTube, every other coastal city will benefit and potentially could benefit from what you guys are doing and the way you're bringing the community and government together. And again, the example that you had that everybody in the city council got kicked off the ballot is pretty significant, because people are angry, and they're angry at their government for not doing anything. And when this government said we got to move the guardrails back, they got the boot and they brought in a government that isn't saying that. But these people are not trying to band-aid it. And I think you guys with this Pacifica project really have an opportunity to, document and create a platform for every coastal community to say, look what these guys did. Just a couple people from Whidbey Island that came down, and they got the people together. And Melissa's a queen of this. She can walk into any restaurant and make connections I've seen her do it. She just talks to people and bam, there's a connection. Bam, there's a connection. And I just think that it's really wonderful if we could figure out how to create, put that in a folder somehow and make the product show out. Because like as Jamin and Melissa say, Pacifica is just the opportunity that's in front of them. It's every coastline has this impending problem, and they're putting their engineers on it with long-term 15-year, 35-year, 100-year plans, and that's great, except we're not going to be here in 100 years. So I think just to get the awareness out there and showing just what two people can do in a coastal city that's currently falling into the ocean. Literally, I was just looking at some drone video, and it's literally just falling into the ocean like you can't believe. So I just thought that it'd be really cool if some way we could come up with a way to document that, because the work is going to be so great locally, but it has such a potential impact globally. I mean, islands that are going to be gone in 5 or 7 years, literally whole communities of people and governments and everything, they're disappearing. And they're screaming and yelling out the South Shores of Australia going, hey, what about us? And they're going, oh, we got to build this new coal plant. So I got to shut up. I'm talking too much, but that's my 3 cents, 4 cents.
Yeah, that's really great, Jamie. Thanks for that contribution. Beautiful idea. And we have talked about that and thought about that. And funnily enough, there is a journalist who worked in Hollywood. She's been part of the Whidbey television here, that we met at the recycle dump here on the island. And she wants to come with us to Pacifica. So there's the potential to have her make a documentary. Another friend of mine just Facebook messaged me when he heard about Pacifica, and he wants to do a write-up on our project. So there's definitely potential there. And I think there is another group who will be working on the coast to do a climate ribbon project, which is really powerful. If you guys haven't seen that already, I believe it was started by the 350s.org, and it has traveled around the world. It's very much about people writing their visions or worries, fears, anxieties, hopes, dreams on ribbons, and this travels around the world. And what I like about the potential at Pacifica is it's not just addressing our fears and our worries, and that's it. It's actually looking for actionable things we can do to bring about change, much as what Silas and his group are doing around veganism. It's not just saying, oh, too bad the orcas are dying. They're gone anyway. It's like, well, yeah, here's a problem. Let's fix this, or let's address this and do something. So, yeah. Thank you, Jamie.
Beautiful. All right. We got a couple folks in the queue. If you want to put yourself in the queue, just type your name into the chat window. And if you don't have that capability, just communicate that you want to be in the queue in one way or shape or form. Up next is Silas, followed by Miles. Take it away, Silas.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that update on Pacifica. I think that's great that this project is coming together. I was going to suggest that involving every resident of Pacifica by having them put reflective material on their roofs, maybe in some art form or something like that, would bring the community together. And then maybe make Pacifica the first vegan city in California, That would also bring people together, and then have them plant trees around their Pacifica so that you bring the forest back. So it's you're sort of modeling what a solution would look like. And you can also, rather than looking at this as a global issue, and therefore we need model everything, and which brings some fear into people that we may be doing something that has unintended consequences. Instead, I think we need to frame it as, yeah, we are shutting down our coal-fired power plants, and therefore the cooling is disappearing, from the aerosols, from the sulfates. And so this is just replacing the sulfates that we're not getting anymore. In fact, so many of the climate scientists suspect that that's really what's been going on over the last 2-3 years, is that China has been putting scrubbers in their coal-fired power plants, and so they're not pumping as many sulfates as they used to. So which means they're not cooling the atmosphere as they used to. And because of that, and of course they're not, they're putting scrubbers because they don't want acid rain on China either. Just like we didn't want acid rain in the Catskill Mountains. So by doing that, they accidentally heated up the earth even more. But this is something that we need to counter by doing some reflectivity, some solar radiation management. This is why I wanted to call it like a radiative forcing management, because this is radiative forcing is a combined heating and cooling that we are doing because of human activities. And so we need to, because as we switch out the fossil fuel infrastructure with the clean energy sources, we'll have unintended consequences there as well. So we need to take care of that. So it's bringing things holistically, as opposed to just being a separate project. You look at it as a holistic project in which you include veganism, you include all of this together. Anyway, and from my update, we are all preparing for Jackie's there, and Jackie and Jessica have been working really hard. We're preparing for our conference that's coming up this weekend. So we invite all of you to come. It starts on Friday, and you'll be having our breakout sessions, and there's a whole agenda that we have come up with for what we're going to do on Saturday and Sunday. So that, and the Exploring Solutions Summit is sort of part of that, and we're going to continue doing that once every 3 months, once every 4 months. So there'll be 3 summits like that every year. So I just contacted Nolan because I want Nolan to be on the next one, like Jamie was on this first one. And it worked out great because we explored different aspects of the solution. And people got energized because they really saw us working on a solution. They could see it coming together. So I got a lot of good feedback on the summit from people. And even on the white paper, I have received a lot of good feedback because it again is showing that the way we are tackling it right now, we are literally just shooting ourselves in the foot unnecessarily by looking at it piecemeal. So we need to get to a vegan world first, or as quickly as possible, and manage our radiative forcing as we go along. And that's the one thing that you can do that has no negative consequences. Stop eating animals. Yeah, thank you. That's my update.
Beautiful, Silas. Thank you. And thank you for all you're doing. Before you jumped on, we commented that we can't imagine a world without Silas. We just imagine, moving forward without you. So
thank you.
Bless you.
It's actually without my granddaughter. She's my driver.
And your wonderful community, including Jackie and Cynthia.
Absolutely.
Is being so supportive. So thank you all.
Absolutely.
And Silas, wanted to thank you for your contribution to those ideas for Pacifica. And one of the things Jamin and I were proposing is to do a cliff planting project with the community to introduce ice, which actually move the cliffs together.
Right, it does, yeah.
And it's a way to give back. So instead of always us taking from Mother Earth, it's a way to give back to her and help her along.
Right. Stop the erosion by planting trees. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I really love your ideas, Silas. A vegan city. I think we could maybe do a prominent vegan restaurant or even community cafe in Pacifica. And I love the roof idea also. What a cool idea. Literally cool.
We will be making wind socks, and we've been talking about making those out of reflective materials as well. And it's called Winds of Change. So that's going to be one of the first projects that will happen there.
Good. Good.
All righty. Next up is Miles. Take it away, Miles.
Thank you. And thank you, Silas, for the white paper. And I'm thinking this afternoon, I'll go down to our central library. There is a meeting of Extinction Rebellion people. I don't personally support Extinction Rebellion. I don't think their strategy is very, very wise, in that I see them essentially feeding themselves into the military-industrial propaganda machine and the prison for profit lawyer legal machine as well. But anyway, I'd like to take the white paper, at least little pieces of paper with climate healers. You might have seen my photo that I shared earlier. I had a climate healers sign down at Fridays for Future in front of the city hall here with other people. There was a little girl. When she was crossing the street, they were obedient in that they weren't blocking traffic, but when they got the walk sign, they would walk back and forth in front of cars. There was a little girl, really touching, who was saying into the megaphone, "Stop eating meat." And so the people are really embracing this concept of a plant-based diet. I know I am. So in that vein, the thought is for Jamin, maybe you should talk to Smart Foods or maybe some other vegan snack food provider to see if they'll sponsor you, because I thought it'd be great to hand out bags of Smart Food popcorn and tell people, okay, eat your popcorn, enjoy a vegan snack. I'm believing it's vegan, maybe it's not if it's cheese flavored, but then they can open it up and make a little piece of artwork that's reflective. The other idea is maybe you should talk to Arnold Schwarzenegger, because Greta has traveled across the United States up into Alberta and up to Edmonton and even into the tar sands, Fort McMurray area. The vehicle she was using was loaned to her by Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it was an electric vehicle of some sort. You could actually make a tour of the coastlines of North America with this initiative. Drive the coast highway and stop along the way and put out your display and sing your songs and such. So just a few ideas. I think it's a great thing to do. And also the cost of preserving the real estate is enormous. It's interesting, even here in Calgary, which is a landlocked city, in 2013, we had a serious flood of the Bow River, which was a crazy storm system that dumped, more than the usual 100-year flood event amount of water. And there's homes not too far from me where they've spent, I would say, over 20 million shoring up the riverbank because of the erosion that occurred because of that unusual flooding event that occurred here. So there's billions and billions of dollars of real estate all around the North American coastline that you could tour and visit and say, yeah, you're under threat right now. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Miles. Wow. No, really, really great ideas, everybody. And let's continue to synthesize these. I would like to, since no one's in the queue, I'll move on to another big agenda item, which is SRM, Solar Radiation Management, or RFM, as Silas is thankfully broadening the perspective. I'll just go with SRM for the moment, because that's what the SRM group is has the identity of. But definitely thinking about what you're saying, Silas. The point about here's kind of the big idea is that we first develop a collective intelligence focused on SRM, and as soon as I say just focused on that, alarm bells go off that, wait a second, that's not the only solution. As we've identified, veganism is the biggest long-term solution. So given that, why would we focus just on SRM? And the idea is to focus on SRM for starters. And it's kind of like, like they say on airplanes, if there's a loss of cabin pressure, put on your oxygen mask first, and then put on the oxygen mask of the child sitting next to you, which is sort of counterintuitive. We want to help the children first before helping us, but obviously we all know the logic there. If we run out of oxygen in the process of trying to help the child, nobody wins, and we all run out of oxygen. And so my thought about SRM first is largely with a view to actually developing the collective intelligence aspect of it. In other words, my logic is, or our logic is, let's bring together a growing community of people with this central focus of SRM. Let's organize ourselves around it, including building out the collective intelligence platform and putting in the fundamental practices and machinery of collective intelligence with a limited scope topically. And once we've gotten our act together, once we've put on our oxygen mask of the SRM community using collective intelligence is the oxygen mask. We need to put it on. It's not on yet, right? What we're doing here, right now, talking about SRM, this is sort of a precursor to the collective intelligence that we envision. The full collective intelligence that we envision involves multiple different topics going on in parallel, multiple different video conferences going on in parallel, and then also combining that with sort of a grand synthesis, maybe a bi-weekly meeting where everyone involved with every aspect of SRM gets together. And so there's kind of this dialectic between everyone coming together and having these general sessions, and then people breaking out into breakout conferences, or conversations rather, on specific topics around SRM. So I want to develop this thought a little bit more, and then I want us to talk about it. But the big idea, hey Alexander, but the big idea is that once the SRM community has developed collective intelligence for SRM, and it's working, and we've got a platform that's working, a technological platform, including transcription of everything that we're saying into text, indexing of that text, making it searchable, enabling people to find each other, and find those conversations that they can best plug into. Once we've put that oxygen mask of collective intelligence onto the face of SRM and it's working, that can then be expanded laterally into all these other topic areas, notably veganism, holistic land management, transforming the global economy, the mode of production, ending hunger, ending poverty, cleaning up the oceans, et cetera, drawdown of greenhouse gases, decarbonizing the economy. But that's because we will have our oxygen mask on, and we'll be using a really solid infrastructure that's working for SRM, and then we expand it from there. So that's the general strategy. Before I conclude here and then turn it over, Miles is waiting patiently in the queue. Thank you, Miles. And anyone who wants to jump in, just please put yourself in the queue. But I wanted to mention some of the core topics within SRM around which we need to form a group, a team that will focus on that topic and, be a part of that recurring conversation, say once every couple weeks or however frequently they meet. So there's about 14 topics I'm going to rattle off here. So let me just work my way down the list. So we have the science of SRM. We have the technology of SRM, reflective mirrors of different kinds on land and ocean. We have the modeling, like we were talking about with Ehud earlier, about building a computer model so we can model the whole planet in different scenarios of SRM implementation. We have the politics of SRM, right? For all of the dysfunctionality of our current political systems, they do exist and they're real and they have a lot of power and they're doing a lot of harm. But we have to work within that system until that system is replaced or transformed. But at any given moment, the political system is what it is, and we need to work within that. Culture. There is a radical cultural transformation that's required and ongoing in all of this, which is basically we go from a culture of, hey, the world is infinite, it's just this giant resource, I'm going to chop down whatever I need to chop down, kill whatever I need to kill, destroy what, because the earth is just infinite and so I can just do whatever I want with it, to this culture of a caretaker species, taking responsibility for the planet. Closely associated with that is media. How do we interact with the media? How do we do press releases, press conferences? How do we do outreach? What is our story? What is our narrative? And that's yet another topic, is the narrative. It's very close to media, but it's its own topic. We need to develop a narrative, right, for everything that we're doing. A narrative that starts with SRM and then quickly expands to all these other areas. One big part of the narrative is humanity's phase shift. We are engaged and pioneering a phase transformation from one modality, this hyper-individual modality, to this new modality of the collective intelligence, becoming a caretaker species, etc. We have the goals and assumptions behind everything that we're doing. That all needs to be made explicit. These foundational conversations about what is our vision, what are our goals, what are we trying to achieve. Related to that is the strategy that we're going to be pursuing. You know, SRM first, put on the oxygen mask of collective intelligence, expand from there to all these other topics and solutions, etc. There is this taxonomy of topics itself. This list that I'm creating here, that I'm bulleting verbally, right? That all needs to be organized and managed. Well, why haven't you included this? And why are these two separate? They should be, you know, collapsed into one. Those kinds of conversations, right? There's the collective intelligence aspects. The oxygen mask of collective intelligence itself is a topic worthy of intense exploration. There's the arcology aspects of SRM and many other things related to that: power generation, water collection, et cetera, particularly in the desert areas. There's finance. There's all these other solution areas, from veganism to holistic land management to decarbonizing the economy. How does SRM play and integrate with all those others? So that's about 14 topics that I promised. So, and that's just our initial set. That will grow, and many of these topics in turn will bifurcate, trifurcate, enfurcate into many subtopic areas. So when we talk about building out the collective intelligence for SRM, that's really what we're talking about, is breaking it out into all these different topic areas and developing teams and communities around each one. And then again, this pulsating dialectic between all together, grand synthesis, grand strategy, and whoosh, now let's all go back to our breakout topics and develop those. So that's the introduction I wanted to give. We got a couple folks in the queue. Miles, followed by Evan, and Miles, take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking along the line of the arcology topic, in that I shared or I saw a video of a cheetah in Africa, and these people are on a safari in a Land Rover, and the Land Rover has a sort of a canopy on top of it, and this wild cheetah actually runs over to this Land Rover with the canopy, and it jumps up and gets under the canopy just because it was seeking some shade. So there's a need now for our microclimate management, these arcologies for animals. There's koala bears falling out of trees in Australia and dying. There's bats down there that are dying from the heat. So there's a need to get on with this immediately to create these refuges, these oases for these plants and animals in these areas if we're going to preserve them as a species. Another thought about micromanagement and climate control is, and maybe Silas can pursue this, I heard last year in Phoenix at the airport, they had the tires of the aircraft melting into the asphalt. So these airports are going to need these solar reflectors as huge canopies at the airports to preserve the planes and the tarmac, and also think about how people sometimes get delayed on their plane and they can't deplane. There's been people basically baking out on the tarmac in their aircraft that can't take off. So again, these airports need to invest in this, and it'll be a great opportunity to do the civil engineering necessary to support these canopies. So the arcology is a fascinating concept for those reasons.
Brilliant, Miles. I love it because, you know, you're looking at these local impacts of SRM and how we can actually form some pretty darn cool partnerships. Hey, the airport of Phoenix. I mean, just as you're talking about this, what occurs to me is put, you know, long strips of canopies maybe in between runways to just have general cooling for the tarmac generally. Obviously, you're not going to put a canopy right over where a plane's about to land, but to the right and to the left, why not, right? Anyway, there's lots of ways to do that. And of course, air travel itself is, you know, like 10% of CO2 emissions or something crazy like that. And so the meme that occurs to me is strange bedfellows, that we would be partnering with, you know, a major airport in a city that, you know, is a city in the desert, you know, with its own issues, but working together to get SRM launched. And I really love your examples of the deserts. And
I'll add, I just saw this the other day that Qatar, Dubai, they're actually, because they're overheating, they're actually air conditioning the outdoors. So they're trying to keep their cities cool. Like, this is getting really crazy. So, you know, cities like Dubai will need this as well. And, you know, I guess in Phoenix, I saw this as well, that the kids actually play under canopies in the playgrounds. That's happening now. So, you know, we need to just say, okay, it's already there, and we need to get this out en masse.
Yeah, it's great, Miles. I also think we can start paving roads and sidewalks in a different color cement, like white cement. And the other thing that's coming to me listening to your ideas, which are lovely ideas, is water collection, because we need to be helping species with water, not just human species, but everyone else with water and food until the earth is restored to some kind of balance. And we put out bird seed and food for all the animals in our neighborhood, and there are lots of them. And, you know, they're struggling. So we have to help, give them a helping hand. And you've talked about collecting water too off these big canopies. It's a great way to collect dew and, you know, funnel it down to watering troughs for animals and humans.
Yeah.
I've got to go, actually. So love all of you. Thank you for all your contributions and beauty and brilliance. And I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you, sweetheart. All right.
Thank you, Jamin.
You're welcome, love. See you soon. All right. We've got patiently waiting in the queue, Evan, followed by Ehud. Take it away, Evan.
Hey, thank you. So I just been thinking on, you bring up this analogy of the parent and the child in an airplane. And I think that is the part of SRM that I don't know, I come into conflict with the most is understanding the reasons for which SRM constitutes putting on your mask first, or that is the first mask to be put on. Yeah, I don't know, that seems to be one of those things that I'm just a little bit confused on or unsure about, because I see SRM more as a tool to get to like this other vision of the world, which is ideally a vegan world. And I think before you can even use that tool, that there needs to be a public vision in place of a real world worth working for. Because I feel like I personally think that the veganism movement has a bigger chance of inspiring people than SRM. And I think that if people can get inspired by veganism, which I've seen a lot of people do, and it seems to be growing incredibly fast. It does not seem like it's been that long, and now I find menus in restaurants with vegan demarcations, and vegan restaurants as a whole are becoming increasingly more common. I know that in the UK, the oldest pub in the UK just recently turned into a vegan pub. They scrapped their whole menu, and I think it's one of those things that is in that sort of critical mass period, that that sort of elbow in the exponential, where I don't think it would take that much more to really have veganism become some sort of mainstream practice and way of life. And then I think if you can present people with this vision of the future, where we don't need to slaughter animals en masse to sustain ourselves, and we don't need to pollute the earth and demoralize the earth and its creatures, I think that will really make people excited. And I think then people will be more eager to ask, well, what can we do to ensure that we actually have this future? Because I do think that a lot of people don't feel they have any influence on the future of the climate. They feel like, well, if I stop eating meat, everyone else is going to keep eating meat, or if I stop doing this or that. But I think that's something about veganism that's really nice, is once you realize that these corporations rely on customers to buy the products, and that if no one was interested in buying meat, they would find something else to sell. Like these people, the people who run agricultural businesses, I'm sure that they enjoy meat, but if everyone else started to eat plants and decided they didn't want to eat meat, they wouldn't run their business into the ground selling meat. And you see that with places like McDonald's and Burger King starting to sell Impossible Burgers, is because they don't want to jump on the bus too late, and they can afford to jump on it early. So I think that's a really inspiring tact to approach people with, is the veganism, is the information about the impact that animal agriculture is having on the environment. And then along with that is this presentation of the SRM and the technology behind how we can ensure that we have this future. Because I mean, ideally, we don't want to have a future of solar radiation management. We don't want to have to constantly be managing pitfall after pitfall. I think the goal, I mean, as I imagined, is to return the Earth to a state in which it can self-regulate, in which we have enough tree cover to where the open ground isn't getting baked to a crisp, and kids can play outside. And yeah, I don't know. I really, that's all I really wanted to say, was that I think if you're going to present SRM, it should really be presented alongside plant-based living. That's my take. Thank you.
I love what you just said, Evan. In fact, you're really causing my wheels to turn. We often head off in one direction as an individual or a group or a company, and then hit a wall and then take a new direction. I feel myself turning right now with the words that you used. And I'm realizing, wait a second, SRM as a standalone, it's just not going to cut it, in terms of inspiring people and also empowering people. And I really think this combination of, I'm going to call it a vegan sandwich with SRM as the meat-free meat in the middle of the vegan sandwich. That might be the solution, actually. Where we essentially lead with veganism as the big long-term solution, and SRM is a short-term fire department spraying water to put out the flames, for which there is no substitute, but couched within the larger strategy of veganism. And maybe more broadly, we need to really look at all issues in a holistic way. So anyway, thank you for changing my mind, Evan. And this is what
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, go ahead, Evan. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, I appreciate you hearing me. Thank you.
Heck yeah, absolutely. All right, we've got Ehud in the queue and some really nice comments. We've got Silas Rao saying, I endorse Evan's strategy. That's a heck of an endorsement right there. Welcome, Dharmendra, who says, Evan, I think you're on the cutting edge of how this all needs to open up via the veganism lead. So really good stuff. And Phil writes, better question might be how to get mid-level government administrations to develop policy-level solutions. Also forget the current government, concentrate on the next administration. Election is crucial. Good point. Really good point there. Amira St. John's writes to everyone, I live in Arizona, Phoenix area, and I am aware of the airport situation with the extreme heat. Would this be a government funding issue for airports? And if yes, how do we get the current administration on board, given the fact that the majority of the far right doesn't believe in climate change? Well, my short answer to that would be the Phoenix airport administration definitely believes in melting tires, regardless of whether they're Democrat or Republican. And so I think we can, anyway, I think we can get them on board. Ehud, thank you for your patience. Take it away, Ehud.
Just a very small addition to something that you said before. You talked about the need to work with the political system as is. I would just add there's also probably a need to work with the fossil fuel industry as it is to get it on board for SRM and a whole lot of other things. We would obviously like them to transition from being a gasoline, coal, gas industry to an energy industry. I don't know how much they would like to do that, but I've even heard some voices within that community. There's people there thinking about it. Probably it would be good to think about that. I'm sure we don't want to have confrontational things and waste time on that, but get people, work cooperatively with them.
Yeah, I love that, Ehud. In fact, we've speculated about that with the whole SRM thing. In a way, that actually takes some pressure off of the fossil fuel industry, in a way, which is a double-edged sword, because we don't want to take the pressure off the fossil fuel industry, but at the same, and this gets back to that concept of strange bedfellows, right? Hey, if we have to partner with the Phoenix airport and the aviation, sector to do some local geoshading as an example, great. If we can work with the petroleum industry that makes the plastic film that we then metallize to make mirrors for these massive canopies in the desert, that's another point of synergy. So there's all these really interesting crossover points. And I think for me, that's kind of the big takeaway of today, is don't isolate yourself in just SRM until we achieve whatever objective. Now, I think we can go broad from the very beginning, especially with collective intelligence. We are early pioneers in a collective intelligence movement that's going to sweep the earth very quickly here. Really good stuff. Okay, Jamie is in the queue. Fred just raised his hand, so Jamie followed by Fred. Take it away, Jamie.
Thank you. I wanted to make an observation. I'm fairly convinced of it. I think just by observing how the world is currently shifting with Greta and Extinction Rebellion, it occurs to me that I think, and I'm sad to say this, but I think the fastest way to get our governments on board is to do it as locally as possible. It would be wonderful if we could initiate the federal government to say, uh-oh, you're right, and they assign the Navy and the Pentagon and every other organization to have a meeting and discuss this. But I think it's going to happen at your local city council meetings, your mayors. You have to force these people to address climate change as a local problem and say, what are you doing about it? And I think, I just personally think we've got to put pressure locally because, as they say, all politics is local. And the most vulnerable candidates are the guy running for city councilman. They have the least amount of money and the least amount of clout. So they have to agree with their constituents more often than the people with the big money and lots of clout. But it's a trickle-up system, at least in the United States, where the local people get some traction with these issues. They become state representatives or state senators or judges, and then they go on to be federal people carrying with them, hopefully, that mandate. So I don't know. I mean, maybe we have to try to approach it from both sides, but trying to get, for example, the Trump administration on board. When you have an administration and an organization, and Trump is a symptom, but the federal government is they're all addicted to the greed, and they all go in as individuals, want to be local reps for their neighborhood, and they come out 30 years later multi-billionaires. So the system at that level is broken. So I just think my comment is, I think it's really, we have to push very hard locally and try to force people that don't want to talk about it at the local school board meeting or whatever, that they have to talk about it, because we don't want to employ you as our councilwoman if you're not discussing this. If all you want to do is talk about potholes, that's an important topic locally, but so is, what are you doing with our school roof and our gymnasium roof and the local stadium? What are you doing when they're building a new stadium to make sure it's 100% carbon neutral? Because those are the people that make those decisions. And Miles has talked about that up in his area, they're building a government-subsidized, incredibly expensive, I don't know what the number is, but they're building this incredibly expensive stadium. And no one has asked anybody or got involved in the planning to say, how are you making this carbon neutral? Does it recycle its own water? Why are we building this on an old model? If we're going to spend $300 million or whatever it is on this project, why not spend $350 million and make it completely carbon neutral? In fact, providing things back into the earth and capturing all the rainwater and all the urine and all the beer and all the stuff that can be captured and repaired. Why isn't there an on-site plant for that? When they have those on-site plants at hospitals, they have them. They're not hard to find. You can Google a company that'll bring one over for a couple mil. So locally, I believe, is one of the important prongs. We got to kind of bust the chops of these local people that want these great jobs and go to all these coffee clutches and talk about, we're gonna get this better snow plows and all that sort of stuff, and say, what are you doing to power down the school and get this new school you built off the grid? Why are we putting in transformers on this brand new school with the technology to put a completely solar roof on this huge 300,000 square foot building exists, and why didn't you do it? And that causes people to go, yeah, you're right. Why aren't they doing that? So that's my 2 cents.
Beautiful. Thank you, Jamie. What an amazing collective intelligence. And speaking of which, we've got 3 heavy hitters in the queue of collective intelligence. We got Fred, followed by Nolan, followed by Miles. Take it away, Fred. And Fred, you know, we try to do lip reading, but it's a bit of
Okay, buddy. Can you hear me now? Okay. So all I was going to say was the oil companies are already trying to posture as energy companies, not just as oil companies. And because I've seen some ads on television that demonstrate that. The other thing I was just curious about is microclimates. Does the ability to create microclimates actually exist? I mean, why are they not doing that in places that need rain? And how difficult will that be? That's all I have to say.
Yeah, just a quick response from the editor here is that they are doing, there has been a lot of work on microclimate creation, even weather modification, cloud seeding is a classic example. But this is definitely, we as we do SRM, whether ocean, land, or whatever, we're going to be impacting the climate everywhere. And so we got to do it right. That's why it's so imperative to do this modeling, so it all fits together. All righty. Up next in the queue is Nolan, followed by Miles. And then we've got a couple comments after that. Take it away, Nolan.
Well, first of all, I'd just like to take a second and appreciate that this has been an incredible meeting. So many good things said. And it's flowing in a way that it hasn't in past meetings. So that's really exciting. Jamie inspired me because he was talking about localizing, focusing on local solutions and then pushing the governments that way. And I totally agree with you, Jamie. And I also think we can hit it from the top down. Andrew Yang strikes me as a candidate totally ready for collective intelligence. And we could imagine not just him, but other high-ranking officials that see the potential of this and would like to be interacting with brilliant minds all around the planet on a more consistent basis, through video conferencing with the aid of AI to help them figure out who they should be talking to. I think they would end up being the best representatives because they'd be truly integrating the collective mind into what they're doing in a far less superficial way than they've been doing for quite some time. Andrew Yang in particular, he's technology focused. He wants to give everyone a universal basic income of $1,000 a month. And he was inspired to do that after his work in the tech sector, and starting several companies, watching them take off, and then realizing, wait a second, I just automated away a ton of jobs and my companies are exploding. But this is indicative of an overall general trend that if we don't do something kind of dramatic in the adjustment of our economy, then the people at the bottom end are going to suffer greatly because we're just ending up with a bunch of corporations that are effectively like, this is an exaggeration, but it's one incredibly wealthy person that owns a factory with a bunch of machines and crazy algorithms and stuff, that's just like sucking money off of everyone on the planet. Not that Amazon is like a horrible company or anything, but they're kind of the prime example because they have this monopoly on resource distribution globally that no one else really has. And it's something we've never had before as a planet. So it makes sense that we need to think seriously about this and change some things. And that's what Andrew Yang is trying to do. And he's actually gained a lot of traction. He made it into the most recent round of debates, and I've only heard a little bit of what he had to say there, but the little bit I've heard of him speak at all is incredibly promising to me. He seems like just a pretty down-to-earth guy, doesn't like pride himself on being like way better than people or more successful than people or something like that. He just seems pretty real, and he seems like he has the common man's interest in mind. So like him in particular, I think he would be an incredible target for getting on board this collective intelligence train. I think that as it takes off and we gather more great minds from a bunch of different areas, it's going to be incredibly hard to resist for really anyone. It's going to be hard to resist, but especially to these people, these politicians taking seats of power, because at some point, if the collective intelligence grows large enough and we have a bunch of incredible minds from a bunch of prestigious universities and such, all cooperating continuously, and we start getting media attention around it, then basically the entire world will be asking, let's say Trump, if he's just deliberately avoiding getting on or engaging with this platform, basically, why the fuck aren't you engaging with this, Trump? Right? Like it makes no sense. It becomes painfully obvious that like he, in this example, is just like stumbling. The only thing preventing him from engaging with this thing that's clearly so good is this corrupt ego or this pride or this wanting to have ownership over, being the person with the reins, being the person with the power, the intelligence. I'm kind of derailing now, but all that is to say, I think that we continue to come back to this idea, but we have to really think holistically and be able to break it down into its constituent parts and manage all that together, which is a daunting task until we get more leaders of each of these topics, and they can help manage each of those topics, and we can have this kind of bubbling up and trickling down effect of just global communication, and it'll be absolutely irresistible at some point. And Andrew Yang is just one person I see as being is having a lot of potential when it comes to collective intelligence and our ability to integrate that in the current political paradigm. He could even, I've liked the idea of the collective intelligence president running as a third party, and then just not associating with the left or the right, Democrat, Republican. No. Literally, the goal is to get everyone represented through this president that is actively engaging with the community, not firing flaming tweets, and just like true engagement and true representation. I think that's incredibly promising, and that's about all I have to say.
Could I just add on to something Nolan was saying about Andrew Yang? Okay. Yeah, well, I agree with the idea. I think if someone from this group, or if in some way you could get Andrew Yang to adopt these ideas of collective intelligence and incorporate that in his campaign, whether or not he were to win or not, I think that would be a huge deal to just plant that seed in everyone's mind, and it really complements his the foundation of his platform and campaign, which is all around how artificial intelligence is automizing away a bunch of jobs. And that's like the big reason why he is doing so well in these flyover states, is because they've been losing a lot of jobs to automation. And there is a lot of fear about losing jobs to AI in the coming years with automation of long haul trucks. And I think to say, hey, artificial intelligence is going to change things, but it can also change things for good, I think it would only bolster his message. So I think that would be a totally worthwhile effort to try and get him on board in some manner, even to just use it. That's all.
Really good stuff. And by the way, Evan, that's a great example of kind of a quick follow-on. So you didn't need to put yourself in the queue for that. So quick follow-ons are welcome. Like what I'm saying right now, Miles is in the queue. I just wanted to add, interestingly, so, there's all these kind of lower forms of collective intelligence, like Twitter, like Facebook. Wikipedia is a pretty cool form of collective intelligence, actually. But the point I want to make is that President Trump is and has been using one of these lower forms of collective intelligence, Twitter, tweets all the time. So it's really not that novel a concept of a president to use collective intelligence and a technology platform. So obviously what you're talking about, Nolan, is taking it all the way to this radical collective intelligence that we're pioneering. Couldn't agree more on that. Okay, next in the queue is Miles, followed by Jamin, and after Miles, I'll read some of the comments that have come in, and then when Jamin talks, he'll talk about some other stuff. But anyway, take it away, Miles.
Thank you. Just quickly to address something Nolan was wondering about, in that why do some leaders, presidents, not get it? And I just saw this on Rebel Wisdom, where they're talking to a Zen master about consciousness. And he pointed out that, okay, so if you show a kid a book like this and you say, well, what color do we see here? And they'll say, of course, you see purple. And then if I show this other side and ask, okay, so what color do we have? All right, it's white, right? And then if I go back like this, and then I ask the child, so what color am I looking at over here? And they'll say purple, because they can't grasp the second person perspective. And it's not until maybe 3 or 4 years old, I think they said, that the child would actually, oh yeah, you're seeing white. I'm the one seeing purple. And so consequently, there are people who will have a very tough time to understand, the third person even more, and to understand, climate change and where we're headed and why these things are a problem, and they'll be rigid in their thinking because they're just sort of stuck at a lower level of consciousness. And it's not to be denigrating them, but it's important for people, I guess, for us to understand these psychological levels of development. Talking about, great minds to be involved, I would like to put in a plug for Dr. Peter Carter, and allow me to share my screen. I hope this will work. Let's see, let's do that again. It's so good when you're just using the, oh, darn it. Anyway, HVTS Calgary Zoo. Oh, let's try this. So it's climate. Are you guys able to see what I'm doing here?
Actually, we just see a big white screen, Miles. So you've taken over the screen, but you're just showing the back of that proverbial notebook, which is white. We're not.
Okay, just hang on here. Let's just try it. Climate Emergency Institute. So it's Dr. Peter Carter, and he's literally just a sailboat ride away from you up in Vancouver Island. Are you seeing Climate Emergency Institute on your screen now?
Now we see it. Now we see it. Yeah.
Great. So take a look at this, Jamin, and I'd also encourage Dr. Rao to visit this site, because Dr. Peter Carter, he is actually a medical doctor, but he is a peer review expert for the IPCC, the International Panel on Climate Change. And he's a real no-nonsense advocate that we are in a climate emergency. He's been ahead of the curve, I would say, for a while, and a very detailed, fact-based, data plentiful analysis of our situation. And he is on Vancouver Island. That's why I said he's just literally a sailboat ride north of you. And for both the vegan initiative, Dr. Rao's analysis of the need to restore our ancient forests, and for solar radiation management, I think you would find he'd be a great partner. Thank you.
Love it. Miles, thank you. Let's definitely follow up on that. I would love to meet with Dr. Carter. All right. Jamin's in the queue. No one after Jamin at the moment. And let's see. Let me just read some of the comments that have come in. Amira writes, Evan, why don't you become the new, fresh, young voice for veganism with your idea of how to approach others and the world? Lead the way with your unique approach, just as Greta did with climate change. All right. I second the motion. Beautiful. I see lots of thumbs ups. You're a natural leader, Evan. Silas has to go, said he had to go. Thanks for making this such a great club. Well, thank you, Silas. Right back at you. And thanks to everyone. Evan responded to Amira very positively and thanking her. Dharmendra writes, collective intelligence can be mostly unconscious and reactive, or conscious, intentional, interconnected, and hence radical, highlighting how a collective intelligence is already starting to merge in the vegan community that is rooted in a life-supporting collective could begin the narrative of how to attract existing skills from many different directions. Love it, Dharmendra. And, I just really want to thank all of the vegans for your amazing leadership and modeling of the collective. I'm just really touched and inspired. My mind has been changed just over the course of this Zoom conference, thanks in large part to Evan's comments. And, I think that this is just a really great example of collective intelligence. I came with an idea. I put it out there. I wasn't sure about it, but I said, this is what I'm thinking about. What do you all think? Get feedback. I change my mind. The interaction inspires and influences others and says, hey, Evan, you should be a leader on this. And this is collective intelligence right here. I know of no better example of collective intelligence than this very video conference. So just amazing stuff, everyone. One other thing I wanted to bring up, it's been 2 hours. Does it help people to like take a break? Maybe after 2 hours to take a few minute break and give your brain a break, as not to mention your bio and all that. Okay, so let's use our collective intelligence to determine how long of a break we want. Any ideas? Just maybe hold up the number of fingers. Like this would be 10 minutes. This would be 5. What feels right to folks? Evan says 10. Okay, you got to vote for 10. Another vote for 10, 10, 10. I think we're all feeling good about 10 minutes. Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break. I'll pause recording. It's 8 minutes after the hour. We will resume at 8 minutes after the hour. Amira needs to go. Thank you so much, Amira. Great to see you.
Maybe we might think of over the 10 minutes. Is there another topic area we want to move into?
Yeah, let's
focus on.
Let's everyone take this as homework for the next 10 minutes, and let's come back and everyone put on the table what you'd like to talk about. That's a great idea, Miles. Love it. Okay, pausing recording now. We'll see you all at 18 minutes after the hour. See you all shortly. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone, from a much needed break. I think that was a good idea. Let's make that a practice. Maybe at the 2-hour mark, we take a 10-minute break. And we also chatted a little bit about what we want to talk about next. And Miles, you had some interesting ideas to talk about collective intelligence. Nolan and I talk about collective intelligence literally every day for hours per day. That's no exaggeration. Of the last 7 days, I think the day we spoke the least, we maybe spoke for an hour and a half. And the day we spoke the most, we were probably on for a good 5 or 6 hours. So we're putting in heavy hours into this. Jamie joined us yesterday after being out of action for a bit with the whole shoulder and, related family stuff and commitments. Totally respect and honor and support that. And that's one of the beautiful things about collective intelligence. Not everyone has to be on all the time. A fireman can take 48 hours off before being on again for 24, right? So it's okay to take time off, is one thing I want to say. That's just kind of the beauty of it. And then you can come back and read transcripts, syntheses of transcripts. I got to take this call from Melissa. Carry on, you guys.
Well, Miles, you had asked about Zoom and Zoomtopia. And one of the more exciting things that came out of that was a beta release for Zoom with integration of Otter, which is this AI company that specializes in transcription. They have an app that you can just throw down in the middle of your living room or whatever, and if you're talking with a group of people, it'll transcribe and it'll differentiate between people, and then you just have this like wall of text at the end that you can go through, search. If you like hit a specific word, it'll just start the recording from there. And I haven't tested out the Zoom beta with this integration yet, but I think we should do that as soon as possible and start using it, making it even easier for people to look back through these recordings. It's actually incredibly easy for us to make, just take all of these recordings and then, let's just talk about the future recordings for now, considering that we'll use the Zoom beta. So all of those will have transcriptions, and then If anybody that comes to Radish or a snack or whatever it is, they can just search for whatever topic they want, and then they could see all of the instances of that coming up in different videos. And we could even just suggest like a clip from a video for them to watch. So yeah, really powerful stuff that's already on the table, right around the corner. Jamin says, quick vote, who is in on using automatic transcription of our public videos going forward? Obviously I am. Dharmendra is.
All right. Miles, Evan, where you guys net out on this? Yep, thumbs up. Miles, take it away.
Yeah, I think one of the topics to get into, with respect to all this technology is essentially, and I'm not an expert, but the contractual agreements that will eventually be needed, insofar as, okay, so where does this information go? How is it used? And some of the pitfalls, there are some people who specialize in the legal aspects of streaming online, and there's some things that you need to get a handle on, and that'll come with time. But as you move from it being a social platform where we're just sharing ideas and we're essentially friends in a social environment, then when you move into something that's going to be deliberative and action-oriented, and then spending money and such, you're going to need to have higher levels of control and agreement, right? And the other thing is also there is the issue of what's said and how it might affect others, right? So right now, for example, Boeing is finding themselves in trouble with the FAA because text messages from 2016 between people are now, legally volatile for them. But anyway, I'm just bringing that to the fore, and that there's those aspects to consider.
I love it. My goodness. Is anyone in the queue? Was anyone waiting? And I just want to point out, look at how cool. We just did a quick vote, right? And, Dharmendra is mostly communicating through text chat. Imagine Dharmendra took off for half an hour to take a lunch break and then came back. And get this. Imagine now he could scan through the whole transcript of what he missed. Not only that, his own specialized bot who tracks Dharmendra and everything he does and says and thinks about and wants to think about, it'll highlight for him the stuff that he needs to read, red, yellow, green. The reddish stuff, read that right now, because they're talking about a project that you're spearheading, Dharmendra, and a way to change it. Okay, I need to know about that, right? Yellow and green. And the rest is all white. So you can, he's back from his 30 minutes. He's drinking his coffee. He's getting up to speed, highlighting stuff that he wants to comment on specifically, puts himself in the queue to talk about that. That way, Jamie knows what Dharmendra is going to talk about next. High five, Jamie. Boom. Okay? Right? Because Detective Gilchrist is on the case about Dharmendra's project and wants to know what Dharmendra is going to talk about before he talks about it. Right? So he can load his gun, so to speak. So these are just examples of how we're now bolting in and talking about it. Thank you, Dharmendra. Dharmendra says, yes, right on. And thank you for letting me use you as a prop. I sometimes like to use Dharmendra because he can't talk back. Just kidding. No, he texts back. So we're already hybrid. You know what this feels like to me, literally at this moment, with these 6 badass people, and high five to each and every one of your badasses. Boom! With the 6 of us now, we're just freaking on fire. This is the rocket ship just cruising and accelerating. Nolan and I talk about this all the time. This is the metaphorical analog to, you know, like in these cartoons about evolution where these fish kind of sprout fins that kind of start to walk on the sand and they start working their way up. This is that moment of going from water to land. Is happening right now. Our fins are on the shore and our gills are going, I can breathe air, right? We're evolving as we speak. What could possibly be more exciting? And especially with Nolan's very strategic and, in fact, historic trip, because we documented it in a long video afterwards that's now public on YouTube on this very channel that you're watching this video on. Nolan made an historic trip to the Zoomtopia, appropriately named, because we're creating a utopia out of Zoom technology and stuff that we're bolting on, like the Otter AI that'll do automatic transcription. We'll have stuff for automatic voting that can be asynchronous. We've talked about voice and vote. Voice your idea, let it be voted on. How cool is that? How simple is that, right? Nolan literally read my proposal to a vote, and we just voted just by woo with our hands, right? And thumbs ups, right? How simple was that? So likewise, we're gonna have all these dynamic ways to jump in and out of conversations, and Dharmendra takes a lunch break and he comes back and bam, hits it hard, responding to the stuff that he needed to respond to. I could take an hour break and come back, right? And you guys will, and I'll, not you guys, but the transcript and the bot. Remember how it used to be, oh, okay, Jamin, in the last hour, and you spend 20 minutes recapping the last hour, right? All that wastage is just gone with these technologies, right? So with this evolution with these evolutions in the platform, it's just going to be that much easier and funner to just jump on, right? The days of rewatching 3-hour YouTube video recordings go out the window. Jamie's got to take a phone call. Thanks for updating us. You know, and soon we'll have like buttons for all this stuff. We'll just have a phone icon we just click on. Everybody knows Jamie's on the phone, right? And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody knows what everybody else is doing, to the extent that you want to share what you're doing, right? He didn't have to tell us that, by the way. So he's opting in, sharing information, right? And so as we layer on all these tools, these technological tools, data processing tools, AI tools, et cetera, that will crunch through not just data, but there'll be stages of processing. So some new data that gets generated from analyzing existing data, call that layer B. Layer B is then data, which in turn can be analyzed, processed to generate data in layer C, layer D, layer E, layer F, layer G, et cetera. So there's, that's part of the reason that there's no limit to what we can do, is we can abstract as deep as we want. We can analyze as deeply and as multidimensionally as we want. We can extract amazing information out of our conversational streams: voice, text, gestures, thumbs ups, right? I raise my voice occasionally. Well, let's look at all the times in the last 3 hours that Jamin raised his voice. It's 5 minutes long, and there it is. Right. That's a really simple synthesis, right? A really simple filter. Well, we're going to be able to use all kinds of filters, apply all kinds of algorithms, and extract such we're going to spin straw into gold. If straw has been coming out of our mouths, there's a machine now called collective intelligence that turns it into gold. And we use that gold to connect with people, to connect with topics, to connect with groups, to synthesize information, highlight information, allow us to vote, use our collective brain. The voice and vote system that we're envisioning is so simple. Everyone in the world gets to vote on anything they want. Mendocino County in California puts forward a county level initiative about logging or whatever. Everyone in the world gets to vote because it's our planet. Now, Mendocino County may actually pass or fail the resolution they're proposing based on votes from eligible voters in Mendocino County. That's their choice? No, it's written in law. Well, They can choose to do that. They can choose to consider the votes coming in from Zimbabwe or not, right? But regardless, the information's there. In an open system, the information's there. It's all transparent. I was just thinking about funding for what we can do. Here's another layer we can throw on. These are examples, but just abstract away the bigger picture, right, of collective intelligence. You've all heard the term voting with your dollars, right? Or voting with your feet. So imagine we go to the whole California coastline, right? Littered with billionaires and 100 millionaires galore up and down Malibu and Big Sur, you name it. There's just a seemingly endless list. Well, that's all going to shit, right? Pardon the S-bomb. But between abrupt climate change, the great dying that's going on in the oceans, all the contamination, plastic on the beaches, it ain't your grandfather's paradise, paradisical Malibu, right? It's something else. So imagine this. Imagine every one of these multi-million dollar and multi-million dollar mansions on the coast of California. Imagine they vote with their dollars about actually solving this and creating a resource pool to do SRM, to lobby governments, to buy advertising, to make it happen, for crying out loud. Imagine they could vote with their dollars. And imagine it's all transparent in public. This creates social pressure. Hey, Bob, hey, I noticed that, the rooftop of your house in the satellite photo is silver but not green. You've put silver on it to reflect. Thank you for doing that. Why aren't you contributing to the Global Fund? I know you're wealthy as hell, right? I once went to the birthday party of a congressman friend of mine, and it was on this coastal Xanadu resort home of this billionaire, and it's just this amazing little stretch of coastline, but just this amazing palace. They've got so much freaking money, these coastal Californians, and they're all falling into the freaking ocean. It's the simplest idea in the world. Let's pass the hat. Let's make it public. If you're not kicking in, why? What are you, like, opposed to SRM? What, you opposed to geoengineering? You're afraid of geoengineering, But let's get them on the record. Okay, let's take all the people who are opposed to this, who live on the California coast. Get on a Zoom with us and tell us what you think. What do you got in mind? Oh, I want to surf the last wave. Are you kidding me? No, I'm joking. Nobody wants to surf the last wave. Anyway, that's just one example of how we can do amazing transformational things. What that's basically doing is a government-like function. It is a government function. Planetary cooling to stop storm surges. You don't get more government than that. By us invoking this and leading this and creating the nonprofit that'll administer the funds and do all the work necessary, we're basically becoming like a government. You hear that, NSA? I said like a government. This is still America. Which is actually a huge strength for us, a huge, huge positive, because we can say stuff like this and not get our heads chopped off. I used to think that was just rhetoric, actually, but it's really a big deal. And anyway, I'm going to go on mute, but congratulations to everyone for being in this tip of the rocket ship as we're accelerating, because I can feel the G-forces. Go on mute.
Yeah, what I'd like to add is, with respect to the collective intelligence and how, when we move forward as organizations want to get on board with collective intelligence, and they want to connect and maybe appropriate or allocate funds to, say, create these microclimates, these arcologies, let's say, where I'm getting from, and that, the voting process and the, voting and transcription and such, making agreements online. This is an organization down in the United States which would be very important to get on board to assist with more formal rules for collective intelligence. And let me just share this URL as I play around with this. So website URL is the function that I'm pulling down from the share your screen. I've copied the URL and now I'm going to share it. And there it is. So this is a great American institution called the National Association of Parliamentarians. And as radish.org gets more formal and wants to move into action items, you'd want to have solid rules of order by which you're making these deliberative decisions, and moving forward. So they've got lots of resources. There's, in fact, a chapter in Washington State. I think it's actually in Olympia, if I'm not mistaken. But there's there would be a great model for Radish to consider with respect to creating, sort of online collective intelligence chapters around the world.
I love it, Miles. And let me just jump in to kind of put that into proper context. So we've been talking about implementing technology tools, right, for analysis and transcription, translation, indexing, all this good stuff, right? Miles, what you're introducing, I'm going to pause it, are technology tools for control and management of flow, management of baton, management of rebuttal. There's process. Are we voting on something now, or are we just having open discussion? Are we having debate, or are we having Q&A? There's all these flavors of discussion. You're proposing the implementation of technology, right, to help manage flow, as opposed to what, some A-type who hogs the microphone, like I do sometimes, right? It's technology. It's codified technology. Fine, and maybe it hasn't been coded into computer software, but code
That's
is code.
it.
Code is
Like they've got
code.
they've done the work. The groundwork is there. It's a matter of saying, okay, we want to move this into a radical collective intelligence so that we can start actually taking serious climate change, ecological emergency countermeasures, and in order that it's done properly and it's all above board, we call upon you to join in, and the chapters would use this platform, chapters of the National Association of Parliamentarians.
I love it. Okay, so so think of all this as technology in the broadest sense. So even the raising of funds from coastal Californians to fund SRM, the SRM movement globally, right? Think of that as technology as well. It's resource allocation technology, right? The fact that it involves huge amounts of money, so be it. It's all technology. The fact that it's going to change the temperature of the planet, so be it. That's what an air conditioner does, for crying out loud. It changes the temperature. It's technology. So if we look at it through the lens of technology, Miles's rules of order, parliamentarians, that's technology. Nolan's integrating Otter AI, so we can have transcription and translation, that's technology. This whole real estate fund for cooling the planet through SRM, technology. This collective intelligence now has these technological tentacles that start to shift reality. These are like robot arms coming out of the collective intelligence. They're the implementation arms of collective intelligence. We come up with the ideas and then we implement them, and it's all integrated, right? So, back to the real estate idea, for example, imagine that also as part of the technology, we go to a distributed ledger system. Now all these properties are on a distributed ledger, right? Who owns what and all that. In that blockchain captured ledger will be funds donated to the cooling of the planet. So associated with each property, it now indicates how much funds you've donated to cooling the planet. That's really good information to know, right? If I want to buy a house that's done 5 times its, suggested quota, if you will, based on its, essentially a tax. We're talking about something like a tax, NSA, right? It's like a tax in the sense that, we can suggest, look, your home's worth $40 million. Please donate 1%. That's $400,000. That'll make a big difference. Thank you very much. Did you pay your tax or not? Did you donate the money or not? A deed that's paid its dues is a much cleaner deed than the dirty deeds done dirt cheap. That old AC/DC song that Miles would recognize, and so would Jamie. But I think some of these younger kids might not. Anyway, that's a dirty deed. You haven't paid your dues? That's a dirty deed. What does that mean? Well, let's see what history makes it mean. Does it sound harsh? Well, shit. It's a lot harsher to just let the water boil and we all die. Ashes, ashes, we all fall down. Go on.
What I think, just kick this around and put it out there. But so as I alluded to, as things get more complicated and into higher risk decisions, then you have to have rules of order. You have to have boards of directors that are following rules of order. These transcriptions become formal minutes. That's a much deeper, higher risk decision-making event. But initially, the simplest thing I'm thinking is that we would say, okay, we're using Radish and the social network at the end of this world and Snack to poll people. So everybody who comes on will say, do you think your representatives of your state or local or federal government need to be allocating funds towards solar radiation management? That's a poll question. Do you, if we're in Pacifica, do you think we should be retreating from the shoreline, or should we be reinforcing it, or should we be using solar radiation management, and or all three? Anyway, you see what I'm saying? You can poll people and collect that data very easily. It's low risk, and you just take it to the representatives and say, if you think you're a representative of this constituency, you better know this, because these are people who have expressed their concerns and they're expecting something to be done with respect to these results.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
And I think that can kick in really fast and easy. And it's low risk. Like, okay, so Miles voted for retaining the Saddle Dome as opposed to blowing it up. How many other people, that question was put out here in Calgary on a social network of actual conversations. Then that goes out to all the aldermans, right? All the councillors get this feedback. It's like, oh boy, well, gee, a lot of people jumping onto this decision. They're getting involved. It's so, whereas I went down to the City Hall meeting and there was only a handful of people because they just don't have, too many people are just nose to the grindstone trying to keep food on the table and stuff like that. They're just being, driven into the ground trying to keep up with the rat race, right? So anyway, this is where it'd be hugely powerful to collect polling information and sending it over to these government officials.
Totally brilliant, Miles. And in fact, Donald Trump himself is using Twitter extensively, right? What we're essentially doing is a more intelligent Twitter, a more multidimensional Twitter, crossed with Zoom, crossed with Google search, crossed with Facebook, crossed with, we're going to keep crossing it, crossed with transcription, boom, crossed with Robert's Rules of Order, boom, crossed with holacracy, voting, boom, crossed with cooling the planet. SRM, boom, crossed with financial instruments to shake down money out of the California billionaires. Boom. Talk about a progressive tax. Boom. I said it's like a tax, NSA. Boom. Because I know that you're listening because you got nothing better to do than to snoop around with evil intentions. And, but here's the thing that we can actually beat NSA at its own game by making all this public. That way, the data that NSA is seeing is the same data that our bots are seeing, and our bots are going to be cooler than NSA's bots because we're going to build them on bothub.com. That's our answer to github.com, which Microsoft acquired for $7 billion, right? We're going to build the badass bots. They're going to be benevolent, badass bots, open source, and yes, there will be rules. You better believe.
Yeah, because right now, as you've said, I think Nolan's talked about it too. Right now, they're Facebook and the NSA and Twitter and all these Google. They're collecting all of our information. They're collecting our opinions and our positions. And today, I just shared I voted green. Okay, so it's out there. Miles is a greenie. People may say, "Well, what the hell? You're a hypocrite because you do this and that." Well, whatever. It's a start, right? And but anyway. So yeah, somebody's now already collected that, and I'm probably going to get some Google ads related to the Green Party now. Like contribute to the Green Party. But what we're doing, as you said, we'll have benevolent bots. We're going to say, yeah, Miles is a green, and Miles doesn't think that the Saddle Dome should be blown up. And oh my God, now that gets out and that's actually being shared as opposed to being held by Facebook or held by Google. Now there's a whole bunch of people around me. My neighbors are like, what? They're going to blow up the Saddle Dome? Perfectly good arena of 18,000 capacity built in 1982, perfectly restored for 50 million in 2013. See, now I'm getting into a rant about, the fact that Mayor Nenshi did not include any consideration of the national climate emergency when he hands over $270 million to a private entertainment company of millionaires. So as I said, if that gets out to more people in the city of Calgary, they might all say, yeah, what's going on with that? Anyway.
Well, theoretically, there could be a bunch of people right now having basically the same conversation, right? And literally as you're speaking, the AI is figuring out, these people need to talk, right? And then you just go, okay, cool, yeah, I'd love to talk with these people. And then you just go, and the flow just is insane.
And the concentration of people that want to talk about exactly the Saddle Dome getting blown up, right? And then a hashtag emerges, the word goes out on Twitter. Why not leverage Twitter, right? Why not leverage Facebook? Why not leverage Google search and indexing, which is happening automatically all the time already, right? Do site search rather than roll our own. Otter AI rather than roll our own. These are all examples of we're just incorporating. Why come up with our own rules of order if Robert perfected it 175 years ago, right? And perfect it, because everything, we're going to open source all this stuff, right? All the past versions are in the blockchain. Refer to them as much as you want. If you want to go back to the good old days, we go back to the good old days, right? And we can keep evolving stuff continuously. You feel the rocket ship taking off? Let me just give a quick synthesis for Jamie, since he was gone for several minutes. I assume you couldn't hear Jamie. So since we don't have the transcription and the Jamie bot yet to highlight his stuff, I'm gonna be the bot. The human's gonna model the bot. And you know what, bots on bothub.com, imitate me. I dare you, right? Pattern off me. So Jamie, we talked about voting and public voting and total transparency on all that. We talked about to raise money for SRM. Check this out, Jamie. You're gonna love this, okay? All the coastal properties of the California coast are worth gazillions, just gazillions upon gazillions of dollars. We essentially suggest that each one donate 1% of their home value to the SRM fund, and we make it all public. When you look at a map of the California coastline, mansion after mansion after mansion, the ones that have paid their dues, silver, right? The ones that anteed up 3 times as much to really be a good citizen, a silver with 3 green dots or something like on it. The ones who haven't paid anything, red, as in the color of blood, right? All this gets captured on the deed of the house, on the virtual ledger, the blockchain ledger, so permanently recorded, unmessable with, uneditable, right? And then you know who's paid their dues and who hasn't. And
well, how about this? How about this little tidbit?
Yeah.
How about simultaneously, while we're logging and documenting who's paid their dues, we can simultaneously identify if Jamie Gilchrist has a mansion and he's paid 1%, Jamie Gilchrist, that should be matched by 5% by the insurance company I pay to insure my house. Because 5% of insuring towards SRM, 5% of insuring my $22 million estate pales in comparison to rebuilding it somewhere else. So it behooves them to ante up a tiny percentage of their profits to protect the asset they're paid to protect.
I love it. And then, so with this, we're going to raise billions. Then we go and shake down Shanghai, baby. We'll call it the Shanghai Shakedown, right? And, Shanghai's not playing? Well, then we're going to stop. We're going to boycott products made anywhere in Shanghai. Boycott. Oh, but all the Toshiba, boycott. Oh, but all the iPhones, boycott until you pay, right? So we'll do the Shanghai Shakedown, the Hong Kong honky tonk. We'll do the Indonesia twist. We'll do the Manila vanilla bean. We'll hit up everybody, and next thing you know, we're gonna have a treasure trove.
Well, here, and everybody, the model here. Let me break it down to a very simple plan. You live in a house. I think Miles has some kids in Catholic school. He pays his property taxes. I just paid mine last night. And I'm glad to have because I like roast pigs. But if I live in a community that's not very well to do, it's a blue collar, old style Cleveland community, and a lot of the kids here, even though they built a brand new school, have to pay a couple $150 to participate in sports. And they used to call it pay to play, but not everybody plays because not everybody's good. So now it's a participation fee. So even though we pay our taxes, if your kid wants to play football, you got to buy the gear and pay the fee. This model works is going, in many places around the world, and it's the same model. If you want to have this beautiful home in this piece of property, when you buy it, there's a 12% tax that goes to SRM because maybe you've showed up your coast, but in Bolivia they're having problems with the money and whatever. So between the taxes, the 1% from the homeowner, the 5% from the insurance companies, we're talking about trillions of dollars. Literally bucket of an endless stream of money. Because I'll tell you, if you have a $20 million mansion, you're going to want to pay to protect that and to keep your insurance rates down, and you don't want to lose what you've worked so hard to get. So let's turn the horde on its head and take the greed and turn the greed into fuel to fund this. We'll turn the greed into a funding mechanism. You want to keep your fancy business and your yachts? Well, guess what? If you anything over a 100-foot yacht, you got to pay a 2% fee to put that baby in the ocean, and that goes towards the solution, something along those lines. Use the market against itself.
I love it, Jamie. And Jamie, since you and I are from the same era, you will definitely recognize this song, which is called Dirty Deeds. And here's why I bring it up. If somebody's not going to pay their deeds, not going to pay their dues, that goes on the deed, on the virtual ledger, blockchain, decentralized. Everybody will know it for all time. And your deed will then become dirty. Right, Jamie?
That's right.
You remember this song?
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't want a dirty deed, let me tell you. Right?
How are you going to unload your property if you have a dirty deed?
Yeah. How are you going to get reliable lawn service if you got a dirty deed? Good Commonwealth rock, eh, Miles?
And this is just being played for educational purposes, everybody.
Just for educational purposes, mind you. And see those people with their eyes blacked out? Those are the people who didn't pay their dues. They ended up with dirty deeds. Anyway, I think you get the point. We can keep rocking out later. Dharmendra's got a comment. Let's hear from Dharmendra. This is the Dharmendra bot. Bots, pay attention. Model off of Dharmendra. My input would be, at this point, that there could be put in place guidelines for the health, and I mean that on all levels, from physical to spiritual, of the actual facilitators bringing radical collective intelligence into the world. Everything from meditation to well-grounded professional experience to veganism to accurate and relevant brainstorming, etc., mainly to streamline all the processes unfolding in bringing projects to fruition and to avoid needless and wasteful, in terms of time and resources, ego clashes. My background is almost 50 years of internal martial arts. That's not enough, Dharmendra. Come back to us when you got 75 years of experience. Then Nolan will begin to take you. No, sorry, I'm just joking. 50 years of internal martial arts rooted in the Tao Te Ching of Lao Tzu, which is in so many ways oriented to the behavior of the superior man. All facilitators of collective intelligence, I would think, need to adhere to a refined, intelligent, practical, sensitive, collectively beneficial set of principles, concepts, and practices. In the face of everything being presented, I am beginning to see a way I can contribute in a useful way to these discussions. Good old AC/DC, rock on! Anyway, love it, Dharmendra. Love every word you wrote. So, what I'm feeling is this is kind of like a cosmic back in my face. I'm actually from California, didn't grow up on the coast, but definitely privileged. And so I'm like, oh, let's go shake down the billionaires on the coast and do the Shanghai shakedown. Now I'm being like spiritually shaken down and held to a higher order, right? Dharmendra grew up in Southern California. Where at? I grew up in Albany, just north of Berkeley. Graduated Albany High School. Anyway, but I'm being spiritually shaken down because Dharmendra is now saying, whoa, hey, if you want to be a leader in radical collective intelligence, there's a certain bar you need to clear, right? And certain spiritual hygiene that we need to engage in, whether it's meditation, yoga, definitely veganism. How about it, Jamin? Are you vegan? Well, I'm trending vegan. Well, that's like the billionaire on the coast. Hey, have you paid your dues yet? Well, I'm going to. Well, the deed says you doesn't, and that makes it a dirty deed. All right.
Could I tag on
Please,
what Dharmendra was saying? I totally hear what you're saying, Dharmendra, and that's really that's something that has remained the focal point in my mind regarding this whole collective intelligence movement. Is there's another term that's floating around about just the development of collective consciousness and collective awakening, I suppose you could say, which I'm hesitant to use such words, but I think that with collective intelligence, we are connecting people, and in a way that is going to facilitate these principles of how to live your life more forthrightly and efficiently and truthfully. I think these principles might be able to have some sort of resurgence because they're not new in any way. Like you mentioned Lao Tzu. Like Lao Tzu is several thousand years old. So these principles of how to live in harmony with nature and other people are not old. They're just incredibly difficult to deal with, and yeah, timeless. Uh, and so I totally hear what you're saying, and I really think that's why I brought veganism up earlier as being the bread of this SRM sandwich is because I really think that uh, veganism is one of those practices that makes you first really look at who you are, um, like what it is that you are doing every day that makes you who you are, because we truly do become what it is that we eat. And I saw something today about this ultra marathoner, and he's been a vegan for 20 years now, and then the person commenting on this was saying that he's been vegan long enough to the point where all the cells in his body have now been replaced by plant-based material, which is just such an interesting thing to think about. And I can't remember if this is correct. I think it was when you're younger, it takes about 6 years to replace all the cells in your body, and when you get older, it's 10 to 11 years. My numbers might be off, but the same principle holds true. That while it does take some time to flush out uh, these cancerous, compromised cells and these compromised faculties that we have a lot resting on, uh, when we destroy them or when we come at them, it is with a rejuvenating force, and I think these principles, I don't know, I think they're really going to drive the collective intelligence movement, and I think you see that with YouTube. There's just a huge movement in the area of self-improvement. People are just starving for someone to tell them how to make their lives meaningful. I mean, you see that with the rise of Jordan Peterson. People are just desperate to be told what it is they can do to feel worthy of life itself. And I think that collective intelligence is an answer to a need, that we as a society have, and that the next generations are going to have, is how do we come to terms with our existence, uh, and our past, and how do we really integrate and learn how to be at peace with with the world? Because ideally, the struggles that all of our children will have in the future, and our children's children, will not be that of uh, uh, tearing the planet away from the edge of extinction. Ideally, the struggles that people will go through is the struggle that is inherent in existence as a human being, which is coming to terms with ourselves and our mortality. And yeah, I see great potential for ideas like the ones that our mentors bringing up, and I really appreciate those being included in the conversation, and I hope to hear more about that. For the time being, though, I do have to go. I have a relatively early flight in the morning, and I'll be coming back to the USA.
All right, Evan, welcome back. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thanks for being on here. When are you arriving exactly?
Like 6 p.m. If you want, I can call you and we can work out some logistics, or yeah, we'll figure out.
Yeah, we'll figure.
Okay.
I'd like to say, Evan, thank you for those comments that, we are what we eat. And, I'm changing, to be vegan is an aspiration for me at this time. I'm plant-based diet pursuing, and eventually I may be able to say I'm a vegan. It's a challenge, however. I was in Costco yesterday, and I'm just looking at the stacks of food you know, how very little is vegan, you know, insofar as the packaged food. They do have a good supply of vegetables, but they have a huge meat department. And not only are we what we eat, we need to also recognize we are where we buy too. And we need somebody to get on with creating a competitor to Costco that will have all the same tires and batteries, and you know, they got all that junk we probably don't need, but they'll also have this great food section of plant-based foods, you know, so that I don't go to Costco anymore. I've got a member over here at what's your phrase there, Jamin? The compassionate caring corporations. You know, we need those. Triple C. You know, you got to get these triple C's moving fast, and then we will be, just by nature, by doing so, we'll be restoring those 1,000-year-old old growth forests that Dr. Rao says are essential for what we got to do ASAP.
Well, I'd like to just jump in there and tell you, Evan, it's been great hearing from you. Safe travels coming back here to the good old USA. You know, jump off whenever. Miles, my girlfriend is a worker. She works in the Costco bakery, and she's a vegetarian working on being vegan. They have excellent hot dogs. I don't know what brand they are, but they're vegetarian hot dogs, and they're very, very good. We have them in the fridge here. And they're also doing a deal with the Impossible Burger people. So go into your Costco and stop at that front desk and ask to speak to a supervisor and say, I want more vegan options. And every time you walk in there, every single time, I don't care if you're getting gas, pull up and walk in and say, I want more vegan options. They've got the buying power, they've got the capacity, and they could do, if they just did one freezer aisle of vegan products, you know, the reason they're not buying is because they're not there. And, you know, I live in a community with a lot of hospitals, and there's a lot of Indians and Pakistani doctors here in the greater Cleveland area, and many of them are vegetarian and vegan. And if we just walk into the Costco's and say, I want more diversity, they'll do it. They want our money, and we have to turn green on itself. But I was reading an article. When I was on phone, I was looking for it, but I think I got rid of the magazine. It was 1 or 2 months ago, Sports Illustrated, and they did an expose on a couple 3 basketball players. I don't follow basketball very much, but I knew their names. You would know their names, but I don't know who they are. You could probably Google it, but you know, there's other things to worry about. Anyhow, a couple of these 3 basketball players, and they're very prominent guys, very good players, very highly paid on good teams, and they have invested in a couple of different companies. One of them is the Impossible Burger, one of them is Beyond Beef, and another one is something else that I'm not too familiar with. And they're working with a sports nutritionist, sports nutrition, physical endurance outfit that's leading the way on actually, if you know your nutrition correctly, you will excel at your sport without any animal products. And these guys saw they looked so much in the research, and they were like, this is so amazing that I can quit eating meat and it benefits the world and I can become a better athlete, that they all sunk in like $50 million into this venture to try to corner the market on getting plant-based and properly balanced diets. It's not about, you know, protein or where it comes from. Protein is protein. Cholesterol is cholesterol. Doesn't matter where you get it. You've got to understand what your DNA needs and how to feed your DNA, and that's what these guys are doing. So we're at the very tipping point here where, you know, when Michael Jordan started selling his shoes, they're the number 1 shoe in the world, all over the world. Well, when these guys start coming out with this plant-based athletic acceleration training programs, that's going to impact everybody at every ball field, in every city, in every urban setting, everywhere, because everybody wants to be like Mike. You know, the old commercial, I want to be like Mike. Well, if the current Mike, the LeBron or whoever, is vegan and is bench pressing 350 pounds and out dunking everybody, I'm going to guess that we're going to get a lot of vegans. But right now, you can't go to the local school district and say what's on the menu. It's the same old crappy pizza. It's the same old bland salad. It's the same old Jell-O, and it's the same old Pop-Tarts in the morning. Yeah, it's great we're giving the kids breakfast, but why not give them some glazed pears and some bananas and maybe a handful of walnuts and then a packet of walnuts based in paper bags to munch throughout the day till they get to lunch. If they turn the paper bag in, they get an extra bag of walnuts. You know, wax paper bag could be used 30, 40 times. I remember as a kid, my dad would come home from work and his paper bag was rolled up in his coat pocket, and he'd pull it out and use it the next day. And that, you know, he'd get a month out of a paper bag, you know, but that was before the throwaway society showed up. Going on mute.
That's right. The paper bags did last longer back in the day. And that's a paper bag.
Well, no, but Jamin, when you were done with your paper bag, you didn't throw it out. It was an asset for your family. You folded it back up into a 4 by 6 inch thing and stuck it in your shirt pocket, and you could get a week or two out of it. And the only time you threw it out is when the orange mashed your peanut butter and jelly, and the jelly made the bag weak and tore. Then you didn't throw it out. And when I was a kid, we didn't have Ziplocs. We had wax paper and foil. And my grandmother had a stack of foil that when she died in 1971, we had to take all this foil. And I remember my aunts took it home. It was used foil. I remember her washing the foil, taking the ham on Thanksgiving, rinsing the foil, letting it soak while we ate. Then she rewashed the foil and put it back in the cupboard. She put it back in the cupboard. I was, 6. I remember watching that happen. I'm sure Miles saw it. We all saw it. But now everything is trash. It doesn't matter. Look, here's a phone, thousands of dollars. Oh, it doesn't work. Throw it out. Here's a remote control. Doesn't work. I need a new TV. $800. You can't. Where are you going to take? I'm getting on a rant, but where am I going to take my flat screen TV if it stops working? There's no more TV repairmen. There used to be one on every corner. Old Johnny. Well, take it down to Ray. He'll fix it. Stas, the tuk-tuk guy. And the side fixes TVs. Now, what do they do with TVs? You give them to the tree lawn man. He puts them in the truck, and we bury it under some diapers in some valley somewhere, cutting off the creeks.
All right, I'm gonna share based on what we're all talking about. Miles, you brought up Triple C. I'm just gonna do a quick rapid fire little demonstration of this, and if it goes too fast for you, just play it back slow or something.
Hey, there's a radish.
For the people who are watching. Yeah, that's a radish. So, see, as we rooted down on global issues, global problems, we found there was many root causes, but one major root cause is income distribution. And the radical solution is to transform the global economy. So here's the income distribution, right? Looks like an exponential. And these are the problems. And this, again, I'm going to go really fast. Just play it back if you need to read stuff. Coca-Cola, for example, they sell to everyone, and then they take their profits and dump them right over here. They dump all the profits into the wallets of the people who need the money the least, the rich, but they're taking from everyone, right? The global economy is, in aggregate, doing the same exact thing. It's almost like you have a farm, and instead of spreading out the fertilizer, you pile it all up in one place. And then you go around with a vacuum cleaner and get any scraps that might have accidentally not ended up in the pile, and you dump them on the top of the pile, right? So the radical solution is to just change the direction of these arrows from this to something like this, what Newman's Own is doing. He's selling to the rich and giving to the poor. All profits go to charity, right? He could have done this, what everyone else does, but he did the opposite. And it's worked out very well. What we're basically doing is creating a whole sector of the economy similar to Newman's Own, and fill the bathtub, raise the floor, right? Essentially, a guaranteed minimum wage. But we can go actually far beyond that. We can direct the profits to specifically starting with ending hunger, followed by other goals, right? But we start with ending hunger. And so we're going to bifurcate the global. Let's talk about bifurcation. What's bifurcation? First, there was just Coca-Cola. Then there was Coca-Cola and the Seven Dwarves. And then Pepsi came along and bifurcated it across an imaginary dimension. Food. First, there was just food. And then it got bifurcated. Now you can get organic anything. Anything, even a barbecue, all organic. Organic briquettes. You can bring your girlfriend organic flowers. If you get lucky, you can sleep it off on an organic mattress. And at the end of it all, light up an organic cigarette. Finally, a cigarette that's good for you. There's hope, Nolan. Anyway, growing incredibly quickly. Now let's talk retail. First, there was just retail. And then it got bifurcated. We're going to bifurcate the entire global economy. Right now, there's just the global economy. We're going to bifurcate it. The choice is yours. And yes, we can create a triple C Amazon, a triple C Costco. And in fact, their fear of us doing it is what's going to drive them to do what Jamie talked about a few minutes ago, which is to essentially go vegan and do it right. But they're going to have this really intense pressure coming from the triple C sector, creating a whole new sector of the global economy. I said we're bifurcating it, right? So really exciting times. Going on mute.
Yeah, and the key will be that the people that work in these caring and compassionate companies will also be sharing in the power, the decision making to the extent they're capable of. You'll always need leaders, but there's no compassion in the modern corporation. And we talked about this last week. You know, I said how I trained safety courses and operating rules. And I said, you know, remember, the corporation you work for is just a piece of paper, an artificial person legally created in law as a person. And it's basically immortal. You know, as long as it doesn't go bankrupt, it will carry on even beyond the directors. And its only purpose is to make money. There's no compassion there. And I've got a book, I can pull it out. It's by an HR, human resources expert. And she says right at the get-go, just remember, you have a conflict at work. HR, human resources, is not your friend. They work for the corporation. They work for that piece of paper. So there'll be a different opportunity for people. They'll be able to decide, oh, do I want to go work for this typical corporation, the model that has existed for 250 years, you know, and I'll work, and basically at the end of it all, if I'm lucky and I don't get fired for being too ethical, I may actually get a few years retirement. Or will I work where the people I'm working with are compassionate about me? And that, you know, if I do stand up for an ethical position, that it's not just, oh, he's a whistleblower, shut him down, don't anybody talk to him. Because whistleblowers in today's corporations, it's a very lonely existence. Nobody comes to your aid. You'll basically be shunned, ignored. Anyway, going on mute.
All right, Jamie's got the floor, and then I'll read some stuff that Dharmendra has written. Take it away, Jamie.
Okay, let me I'm thinking, listening, I've been talking to Jamie for a couple of years and digesting Triple C, and what Miles brought up really brought my attention to a very interesting note that I never thought of, and I've never mentioned it to Jamie, nor he to I. But let's just say, let's just talk about Costco. And for anybody watching, we love Costco. We just want them to become a more effective corporate citizen. Imagine if Costco, they're very good at retail. They're the best at warehousing and logistics. So just imagine if they decided to become Triple C and they took maybe 18 months to make the conversion, okay? And this model goes for Kmart and Whole Foods and anybody that can do this. So I'm just going to make up some numbers. Let's say Costco does $1 billion a year in profit. That's what they shave off the top. Let's say they're at $1 billion when the bills are paid and the light bills are paid. Okay, so if you chop that in half and you take 500 million and give that to ending hunger and doing good and holistic land management and whatever that company wants to make their Triple C focus, and take the other 500 billion and give everyone that works for Costco a $10 an hour raise. Now instead of coming in the door at $15 an hour, which is almost double the national minimum wage in the United States. So again, we can lead without the government's leading, because you can't go to high school and be a high school kid and survive putting gas in your car at $7 an hour, $7.25 or whatever the hell it is. So if Costco took that 500 billion and spread it across their employees, and everybody all of a sudden started at $25 an hour and worked up.
Jamie, you're on mute. You're muted, Jamie.
Or he's unplugged or something.
You're unplugged.
That people could actually support families on and continue to take care of things. And the poor people that are working at the coffee shop would leave the coffee shop and go over to the Triple C company because they take better care of their employees and they're better stewards of the environment. And if that becomes your model, you're going to have a line out the door of people that want to work there. And then Starbucks is going to have to match that. And McDonald's is going to have to match that. And Burger King is going to have to match that. And it's not going to cost any more money. It's just taking the money away from the richest, get rid of the shareholders and make Mother Earth the primary shareholder. And there's ways to formulate that out where investors can come in and become short-term shareholders, and then they phase out over the course of a 5-year program or whatever. So you're rotating shareholders in and out, and once you hit a certain level of return, you're automatically out. I don't know the finances of it, but I know it's doable. And I know that taking these large, huge amounts of profit and distributing them downstream would only make every corporation stronger. And if I had a choice, if Costco said, we're not going to do Triple C, and Sam's Club said, we're going Triple C tomorrow, and everybody here gets a $9 an hour raise, and we're taking away the board, and we're going to put, we want retired millionaires on our board that don't need a salary, and we're not going to sell stock, and we're going to put that money back into the economy in various ways, I'm going to start shopping at Sam's Club immediately. Like, I've been to Burger King twice since they came out with the Impossible Burger. My girlfriend and I split one each time, and it's delicious. It's amazing. And I said to the manager every time I went there, I said, make more options. This is what we want.
Yeah, I'll definitely go to Costco and, as you said, go to the front counter and say, I heard down in the States that you now have a vegan offering at your snack bar, because we don't have it here. Like, in fact, because all they have are pizzas, chicken wings, ham sandwich, stuff like that. The only thing I could order to stay plant-based was an order of fries, and they weren't that great. So yeah, definitely. And I'll at the same time say, not only do I want a vegan offering at the snack bar, but I want to see your vegan section more clearly defined and more items to choose from. I'll thank them for the fact that they do have a lot of fresh vegetables. But, I'll just say there's more and more people looking to find some vegan Impossible burgers and such, and please get on with that. The other thing too, with respect to approaching Costco, is, and I think people need to think about this, if a corporation like Costco is not going to convert to the triple C model, that means they're not compassionate. What does compassion mean? And I didn't know this until I just looked it up and really thought about it the other day. Com means with. Passion, curiously enough, means to suffer. So if I'm compassionate, that means I'm going to be suffering with you. And if you're an employee of a compassionate company, what would make it different is that if you're saying there's a problem that I'm having working here, there would be compassion. In other words, your fellow employees would say, well, let's hear what Miles has to say. And let's just let him put it on the table. And we'll suffer with him. Maybe Miles does need to be voted off the island. Maybe he's a bad employee and he can't even carry on working here at our Triple C corporation. Well, I would at least know that I'm going to be voted off the island by a majority vote of my colleagues, not just some, mysterious management structure that for whatever reason has targeted me as not a team player. Not a team player. Why? Well, maybe because the team really is flawed, maybe is doing things wrong. So for example, in Boeing right now, they're contending with leaked emails, text messages that the Federal Aviation Administration just the other day said, well, we should have had these a long time ago. Boeing, you were holding these back. These exchanges were from 2016. They're not about the MCAS system, which Boeing puts into the aircraft, inadequately tested, and doesn't even tell the pilots that there's this system on board that's going to pop up unexpectedly and take over flying or pitching your nose down on you. And we're not telling you about this thing. So anyway, it's so preposterous. But the reason these engineers and these test pilots and simulator test pilots didn't say anything is because Boeing's not a compassionate company. They knew that if they were to speak out, they would be railroaded out of there because they would be, oh, okay, this guy's rocking the boat. We got to get, Airbus is our competitor. We got to get these planes flying. Can't have somebody saying, hold your horses. We got to sell these things now. And so people are cowered into submission because it's not a compassionate company.
All right. I think, Jamie, are you in the queue or is that from your last speaking?
I'd like to jump in on what Miles just said.
Go for it.
Here's my compassionate friend, by the way. Okay, so on the discussion of compassionate companies, let's all just play back in our minds. This time of year is very popular for people to say, okay, let's start, they do it in schools, in grocery stores, and big corporations. Here's how they claim compassion. It's smoke and mirrors. They put a big temperature thermostat in the front of the store, and the goal is to get to $200,000 contributions from their employees. And every week, someone moves the red marker up saying, oh, we've got more money. Oh, it's coming out of your paycheck. Can you give us $20 to pay? And we'll make a donation from all of us here at Corporate America A, and we're going to give it to the Toys with Tots, or we're going to give it to the United Way, or whatever. And so at the end of the year, there's a picnic, and everybody gets a turkey, and the employees have donated, $200,000, and maybe the company kicks in $40,000, and then that's their excuse for their way of pretending that they're making a difference and they're contributing. When $200,000, I'm not picking on any one company, but say for Costco, each store is making $200,000 an hour. Okay, so it's like the smoke and mirror thing, and then you have like the United Ways and the United Negro College Fund and the American Jewish Youth Association and the YMCA, who have to come groveling with their hands up at the end of the year, can we get a few more dollars? Why? Well, we didn't budget socks, and there's a bunch of homeless people that don't have any socks. Oh yeah, well, we'll put that in next year's fundraising budget, and then we'll try to raise the bar from 200,000 to 225, and we'll call it the Christmas sock campaign. So this is how they shroud themselves in being compassionate, when in fact it's really the biggest slap in the face ever. How many times have you gone to a Walgreens or I don't know, CVS, and they say, "Would you like to give $1 to the Children's Miracle Network?" Or I go to PetSmart and they say, "Well, would you like to give $1 to the shelter?" And I say, "No, I've got 5 cats at home that I'm raising. I am a shelter. Why don't you give me a couple of bucks?" But they do this thing, and Chipotle does it, where if you can just add, round up your change, and that's great. It looks good, and it's a great marketing tool. And Jamin knows all about marketing. It just looks good. Every time someone comes in the store, they see that big thermometer. It's like 6 feet tall. You guys know the thermometer I'm talking about? It's like 6 feet tall on whiteboard. And boy, by the time you're getting close to Christmas and Hanukkah and Kwanzaa, that baby's about 8 feet tall. And we're going to hit that $250,000 thing. And we got thousands of companies doing it. But that's not trickling down to anything except soup kitchens and socks. And during the rest of the year, the homeless people are trying to patch their tents on the freeway off-ramps and stay out of the cops' way. And that is not compassionate, but they hide behind it as if it's some kind of badge I would wear on my uniform. Like I wear a badge here that says, DEA. Well, that tells everybody what I represent. Well, these companies do this huge campaign that their employees pay for, okay? Their employees are paying for. Then they write a check to the Children's Miracle Network or the St. Jude's Hospital, thank you from Corporation ABC, and the head of the corporation goes in and cuts the ribbon for the new wing, and they got a kid with cancer sitting there, and it's hooray, hurrah, but really they've made no impact whatsoever. And that is a incredibly broken system that we all silently march to and participate in. We just silently do it. And they God bless the Salvation Army, but to take homeless people and to put them out there to freeze their ass off on the kettle campaign, how come the CEO of the Salvation Army or the colonels in every division, why aren't they freezing their ass out there? Why's the homeless guy got to be there trying to get some credit for being on drugs for 6 weeks when, quite frankly, he should be in therapy and some able-bodied could be there? Maybe a Cub Scout or someone that's physically able, some 35-year-old captain or lieutenant that works full-time for the Salvation Army. Maybe the homeless guy's had enough time in the snow that we could give him the winter off. How about that? Is that possible? Maybe we can get some volunteer inmates who are doing 18 months for DUIs who'd like 30 days outside to stand there and pay back their dues by jingling the bell and raising the money. And the homeless lady and the homeless guy who says Merry Christmas whether you give them a nickel or not is being humiliated, like they're going to parade these homeless people out in front to make you give more, when what they ought to be doing is putting these guys in technical college and put somebody that's got a 4 or 8 year degree on that kettle. That's the way it should be done. Don't put the homeless guy out there who needs socks, and in order to get an extra ration, he's got to go spend the day on a Carnegie and Euclid in a slush storm. That's crap.
All right, so Jamin's next in the queue. Thank you, Jamie, and thank you, Miles. And Jamin's next in the queue, followed by Nolan. And part of my queue time, I want to talk about what Dharmendra is commenting on. But here's the thing: we could go on and on and on and literally spend hours. I have a phone call I got to make at 3 in a little less than 20 minutes. And then I can jump back on. I've also invited Michael Gosney to join us. He might be joining. But here's my point. We've got really precious time, no matter how you slice it. We all know the current system is broken. We've all got hundreds of personal stories about how broken it is. Let's cut through to the synthesis of all this, which is this. With technology, we'll be able to filter through every mention of Costco, including what Jamie just said about Costco and the damn thermometer, right? And Costco is going to be very interested. What are people saying about me in actual conversations on the collective intelligence? And if Jamie makes a claim about Costco and their thermometer, and let's say, a minimum of 10 Costco employees who are verified Costco employees verify what Jamie said without divulging their names. Just the fact that they're a Costco employee. Detective Gilchrist, you think you can find that out for us? All right, Jamie's got it covered. We're going to know who's an employee and who's not. You can't just say you are. You got to prove it if you want to use that in the voting system that puts the votes of Costco employees in a different category than the votes of customers, than the votes of observers, than the votes of managers, than the votes of shareholders, etc. Right? Different classes of voting, shall we say, in the voice and vote system. Why not? Let's use the data. As Nolan says, if you've got the data, use the data, like the video feed, supplementing the audio for transcription. If you got the data, use the data. Well, we got a lot of data. Let's use it. It's as simple as that. So let's go from bitch fest about all the things that are wrong. We know them, right? We get it. We get it. Let's get beyond that. There's gazillions of hours, but there aren't gazillions of hours of solutions. That's what we bring to the table. Technology is a solution. Back to you, Nolan, and then I'm going to read Dharmendra's stuff. Go ahead, Nolan.
I just want to propose a solution to what Jamie's talking about, because I've had experience in the restaurant industry with exactly the same thing. These like no kid hungry campaigns or things like that, where, you know, they offer to donate like $1 for every meal you purchase, or I don't know. It's something absurd that the employees are in unanimous agreement about. And I think that if they had a place and they could speak that, like you're saying, Jamin, and we could get that insight, oh, even the people working there think it's bad, you know, oh shit, okay, we need to change some things. And the solution I'm proposing is, what if we made a kind of community cafe that partnered with local restaurants to take advantage of what they're already producing and just literally throwing away in giant piles, throwing it away.
No, it's a brilliant idea. See, this is a solution. Triple C is the big solution, right? Triple C is the for big problems, we need big solutions. For cooling the planet, are we saying, oh, let's do some eeny weeny? No, we're talking about millions of square miles of mirrors. That's a buttload of mirrors, okay? We're talking big solutions. Triple C is a big solution, right? Enough of these eeny weeny. What you're talking about, Nolan, is talking about, you know, more efficient food sourcing for Triple C community cafes, right? I'm totally down with that, right? But the big idea is the Triple C community cafe, right? And all these other efficient sourcing, going vegan, so many cool things about it, using voting, etc., making that totally transparent. You know, so you can vote anonymously as a Costco employee, so you don't get kicked out, but you vote, and it's verified. Speaking of verification, I mean, what more positive verification than us on video? Who the heck is going to try to imitate Jamin Shively on video? You might send an email supposedly from Jamin Shively that's incriminating to get Jamin Shively in trouble, right? That's ridiculously common. But it's a lot harder on video to impersonate Jamin Shively, right? Does anyone have any doubt they're talking with Jamin Shively versus some impersonator?
Well, this is getting into something really interesting, because we're actually living in an age where that's entering the realm of possibility. Like, have you've seen the deep fakes, they're called? It's just, they take a bunch of video of...
Yeah, I get it. And the reason I cut you off, Nolan, is not to be a jerk, but really, we got limited time. We get it, right? Yes, you can fake it. And so, but you guys can help deduce that that's actually Jamin. Just like in Facebook, they say, do you recognize this person, that person, right? Anyway, my whole point is, let's focus on the solution, right? Let's not focus on these, I'm going to call it an imaginary problem of technology impersonating us, because we'll have AI to tell the difference, right? So it's, you know, it's going to be spy versus spy to a degree, technology versus technology. but radical collective intelligence taking the full force of the whole information and communication technology sector and optimally configuring it as we're talking about, that is the solution. Triple C reconfigures the economy, right? The real estate finance program on the coasts of the world funds SRM, and not just the coast, the farms in the Midwest that are suffering. Okay, these farms have suffered too much already. Okay, fine, they get a pass. Why? Because the collective intelligence said, let's give them a pass. They've suffered enough. They're already bankrupt. They're losing their farms. They're losing everything. Don't hit them up for money. But Gold Coast of California, pay up, or you're going to have a dirty deed done dirt cheap. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk systematic solutions, you guys. And the mother of all solutions is collective intelligence. So let's not bitch anymore about this corporation or that or how they're screwing up here or there or there. Let's focus on the solution. It's time. Are you guys with me, or am I being an asshole? Go ahead on mute.
Yeah, I'll let Dharminder have his comment read by you. But yeah, I'm not totally on board with you on what you just said.
Okay, good. Let's hear from you after I read Dharminder's stuff. And thank you for speaking up, Miles. So let me, man, where do I begin? Okay, so Dharminder said some really cool stuff a bit ago, and then that we've already read. Accelerated collective evolution is the way I like to say it. Timeless. It is walking the talk of peace. I think that's when we were talking about veganism and the marathon runner and all that. Takes 7 years to replace cells. Rejuvenation is the essence of freedom and action. We are bringing, Nolan says we're bringing light into the world. Dharmendra, you are living your karma or expressing your dharma. Eating death and suffering is only karma. Dharma starts with the way of peace. A little inspiration is to begin by viewing the meat department as the open air morgue. Okay, and then a little bit further on, he says, get enough people under the vegan banner and the way of the old meat-eating man, i.e. the killer monkey, will be obsolete. We are only too familiar with an economy based on greed. The future will be an economy based on love, or there won't be any future. Well, Triple C is that mechanism to bring in that economy based on love. And then Dharmendra writes, it is easy to fool the herd mentality. Awake people of radical collective intelligence will have a lot more sensory capacity turned on in ways we are not even aware of yet. Anything out in the group will be felt by all and stick out like a sore thumb. I'm going to read that again. This is profound, Dharmendra. It is easy to fool the herd mentality. Awake people of radical collective intelligence will have a lot more sensory capacity turned on in ways we are not even aware of yet. And this will be hybrid. You know, like Empire Strikes Back, the dude that had the donut computer around his head, you know, who worked for Lando Calrissian. We're going to have this hybrid capacity with AI and bots and all this cool stuff that we've been talking about, all the great technologies, right? Anything out in the group will be felt by all and stick out like a sore thumb. So if someone's trying to bully someone else, if someone is just flat out wrong about something, if someone's talking too much about the ills of corporations that we all know, or if Jamin steps in and says, hey, we're talking too much about that, you know, let's stop talking about that and start talking about this instead. No, Jamin, you're the one who's wrong, as Miles is going to tell us. Take it away, Miles.
Yeah, because I don't think what we're talking about is not a priority, and I don't agree that we need to, you know, get into something technical about SRM getting it done, because people don't get it. They don't understand that there's no compassion or there's no love in the economy, and this is the revolution that has to happen. I just early at the start, I just briefly discussed the results of our federal election here. And even though we're in a national climate emergency, we are facing extinction only 6% voted green. I think 13% voted New Democratic Party, which is more of a, not the business as usual model, not the capitalist model. So still under 20% of people voted that they get it, that, we're in a serious climate emergency, ecological emergency. And, they're talking about, like, ER will say, yeah, come out and blockade a road. And then I think they're calling for a general strike. And what people need to realize is that we need to not go on general strike. People actually just have to quit. But they need something to quit, to go to. And so your idea of collective intelligence maybe really needs to focus on what collective intelligence has to be brought together to create compassionate companies. So, like a Costco, people say, I'm tired of being a contributor to business as usual and the destruction of the planet. We need to change the economy. So maybe before SRM, you have to say collective intelligence has to be used to create the plant-based world. So that's where I'm saying it's a priority.
May I jump in real quick? Okay. So instead of saying before SRM, right? That for me is like, it was like what I said 2 hours ago. Before veganism, we've got to do SRM. And my big enlightenment was we have to do them both in parallel, right? And so what I've really come to today is we have to actually do it all in parallel. Otherwise, it's like trying to design 90% of an engine, right? Let's design it all. And yes, there will be certain sequencing, like we all got to go vegan now. And because that we can do right now. So just do it, okay? The image of a cartoon character made up of 100 different vegetables, right? Wearing Nike shoes. Go vegan, just do it. Anyway,
and I guess just put your compassionate CCC corporation, everything you've done to create your cafe, just put that up there right now. Well, so people could say, oh, I'm Nolan, let's say, and I think, I won't say Nolan, but let's say I'm Miles and I have a job in a restaurant. And I realize, they could do a hell of a lot better if I could speak my truth, but I know that if I speak my truth, I'll get fired. I can create a community cafe based on this compassionate model. Anyway, just encouraging you to do that.
Well, and if these conversations are opened up in this way, and we just have this free flow of information, it's like you're saying, the essence of what you're saying, it's just going to be so much easier to call organizations out, right? And it's kind of weird to even say call an organization out, right? Because what is an organization? It's actually just a bunch of people. Like you're saying, it's like we have this weird idea of like this eternal being of a corporation, right, that survives all of the people that it just like, passes through itself on an assembly line, basically. And in a similar way to money, I really feel that it is a massive poison to our psyche, right? It's not a corporation that does something. It's people, right? Corporation is it's literally just a word for convenience sake, and we're just trying to organize society, right? And we're just reaching a point in time where all of the ways we've organized that were once very useful ways of organizing have just shifted and become corrupt, right? So we have to deal with all of this confusion in the collective psyche, like you're talking about, Miles. People don't understand yet how the economy is structured in this horrible way.
I had to go through back channels of information on the internet to figure that out. And by the time I figured that out, I was like, why did nobody tell me this in my entire public education, right? That's and that's what Miles is saying. A bunch of people are in this space where they're.
I just got to butt in. I'm so sorry because I got to make a call in a couple of minutes.
Sure.
So let me just say a few words and then right back to you, Nolan. I don't want to silence you. And then if you guys could give me a synthesis when I get back, that would be super cool. But all I wanted to comment on this, Miles, it's funny you should say that. Hey, do the Triple C thing. Don't just talk about it, actually do it. This week, we are updating radish.org as a Triple C social network, okay? Updating and upgrading, okay? And we're also updating the Community Cafe website, community-cafe.org. We're also updating compassionateeconomy.net, which is the Washington State nonprofit organization that created Triple C. And we're getting it out there. There's, we're totally, there's even going to be radish merchandise that's Triple C. Sato Hemp is going Triple C. They're already a member of Compassionate Economy. Anyway, it's kind of it's a graduated process. But it's just super cool. It's taking off. And that's one of the action items. One of the action items is to do all the SRM stuff. Another action item is to transform the economy to Triple C. Another is to build out vegan community cafes. Another is to transform the food sector to be Triple C. There's so much to do, and it can be done by launching super cool brands like Newman's Own. He was making salad dressing in his kitchen in Malibu and started bottling the stuff, and next thing you know, there's Newman's freaking Own. You can do it. You can be the next Triple C entrepreneur. You can be the next member of Collective Intelligence. Join us. Sign up on radish.org. It's free and always will be, and it's super cool, and that's how you start to hang with us. And we need you here, as you can tell. All right, I got to make a phone call. I will be back. Synthesize for me when I get back, and the party rocks on. Miles, you want to take over as chair? And I just want to point to Nolan. I cut him off midstream. So Miles will chair unless he passes the hot potato to somebody else. And Nolan, you were saying, and I'll be back. See you guys soon. Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll chair. I'm probably going to depart fairly soon, I guess. So, but I'll chair in the meantime till Jamin gets back. Great, carry on, Nolan.
Well,
can I just say something?
Absolutely.
Nolan, yeah, you never heard any of this in your schooling, and nobody is today either, because the school system is business as usual. Kids still just go in the front door and are pushed out the back door, and they sit in rows, and they're dictated to. The whole school system was actually designed by some industrialist. I forget who that person was, but it took me basically 30 years to be able to say what I'm saying. So I think it's great that you're hearing it now from all of us, not just me, and you will. And if every young person can hear this, they'll say, yeah, I'm not going to go work for this traditional industrial growth corporation that is only interested in money. I want to work in a compassionate corporation where, again, it's not going to be some surreptitious backroom bunch of managers who every year do your performance management program review, your annual review, which I would say is actually better phrased as a performance manipulation program, because they have 6 ways to Sunday to mold you to not being anyone who rocks the boat and anyone who is questioning the business as usual. Sorry, please go ahead.
No, and then they offer a 20-cent raise after you work there for 6 months or something like that. Yeah, it's all of our systems are trending towards this linear assembly line fashion. Well, and I think that presenting all of this really heavy, dark stuff to people at a large scale is going to come a lot easier when we have this strong community of people basically waiting there with their arms open, saying like, when you need a shoulder to cry on, I'm here, because yeah, this is totally screwed up. And just confronting that is a really painful process. But it's a necessary process at this point in our evolution as a species to recognize just how badly we've been messing up. And that's the first step to fixing it. And so I think at the center of all of this, the driving force is going to be this super strong, tight-knit, loving community of compassionate intellectuals that are just waiting to start conversations with people and to help facilitate all of this at a high level, with the assumption that we just need to start having conversations about it, and that out of those, a lot of profound change will manifest itself. We've just become so separate and walled off that we can't have those conversations. But this is like the fourth wall break of 2019 or 2020. It's like we're used to absorbing all this media talking to us in a one-way fashion. And this is the fourth wall break. This is where we start interacting with all of these people these celebrities, these political celebrities, acting celebrities, artistic celebrities, musician celebrities. This is when we can break through and really impress into the global mind that there is no separation between you and those people, and that actually they started from situations very similar to yours, considering that everyone started out as a baby and we got placed into radically different places on the planet, but we've all had a shared experience that can unite us and continues to humble these celebrities that are frankly challenged by the pedestals they're put on, and the way that people just idolize them. They don't actually know the celebrities, right? They have this insane notion of who they are in their minds that makes them convinced that the most appropriate thing to do when confronting them is to just bow down to them, basically, right? And not even have a real conversation with them, not even get to know them, not even take the opportunity to really connect with them. So I think this community that's forming, this collective intelligence, has a long ways to go in our impact of our collective consciousness. And I think it'll happen actually very, very fast.
Yeah, and it's about, like when I'm raising these particular companies that I've just mentioned, they're just a few examples. There's Russell Mokhiber, who is on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour on YouTube, or rather the website. And he is a journalist that specializes in stories about corporate crime, around the world. And what I would propose is that we're just saying, yeah, we want competition too. It's a competitive idea. If somebody wants to go and work for this business as usual capitalist corporation, we're offering compassionate capitalism. We're still capitalists, because again, the word means to count. But we want to start counting other things. We want to count instances of compassion. We want to count the restoration of old growth forests and edible forests. And if people still want to think, well, I'm just going to go over here, a lot of people, they don't want to really actually think for themselves, unfortunately. They maybe actually do feel more comfortable just being in a corporation where, they just get told what to do. But for those people that want to really address issues and the values that we live by on this planet and change those values to compassion. And again, that means suffering with. We've got to have compassionate capitalism, triple C corporations.
Hey guys, I gotta go.
Okay.
I didn't realize it's past 6 o'clock here. I gotta go pick my girlfriend up from work. So I'm gonna check out. Are you guys gonna be on a while longer, or you don't know?
Probably just wait until Jamin gets back.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll beg out, and if I get home and you're still on, I'll jump back in.
Have a good evening.
Great talk to you guys today. Really, really good stuff.
Great talking with
Thanks,
you.
Jamie.
Well, Miles, I want you to consider the potential for a triple C company that operates like YouTube, in the sense that these content creators actually have the potential, some of them make millions of dollars for playing video games, right? And kind of joking around. Why couldn't someone get paid to participate in this? That's huge, huge. And then the people that feel trapped in those corporations and they just hate it because they know that there's missed potential there that's just not actualizing, then they'll have a place to go and they can actually use their brain. Because it makes me think of one friend in particular that I have from college that works at Audi, and he just recently got a bit of a promotion to, I think he's just kind of glorified valet for the company. But before he was washing cars for minimum wage, which in Seattle is like 15. But he's just absolutely miserable there. Absolutely miserable. He's gotten to the point where he doesn't talk about how he hates his job anymore, but it's just like festered in him. You know what I mean? Where it's incredibly saddening and concerning to see him going through this. And I can only imagine how many more people are going through a similar thing, just feeling totally out of their element with whatever they're doing. Just, clearly.
It's probably why these games are selling in such huge amounts of money and so many participants, is that people, unfortunately, they're just trying to numb themselves. It's the same reason why I guess opioids are such a scourge now. People are playing these games instead of facing life because, as you said, for so many people it is rather disempowering they're isolated. They're, having friends is really important. So a compassionate company has to try to have people who are there to be friends with each other. It's not necessarily going to happen all the time. It's not realistic, but we have to be compassionate disciples of each other. That means I appreciate your wisdom and you appreciate my wisdom, or I appreciate your skill and you maybe appreciate my skill in a compassionate, caring manner, and so that if an employee does have some issue that, it's maybe really the time is taken to talk with that person and say, okay, what's happening? And not just some HR department, which is probably, they'll offer what legislative, medical or medical help or psychological help there is. Some companies do a pretty good job of trying to get people to face their addictions, and will support them to a certain extent. But there probably are a lot of corporations that, if you're having an issue or you're having trouble, that they'll very quickly fire you, because again, it's the bottom line that is driving business as usual, that they just can't tolerate compassion, right? There's a certain amount of it, but it's when I started working for a company many years ago, when I first started in the 80s, and I think many people would agree, it was more of a friendly feeling to this company. And then as time has gone on, it became more of that you're just an employee number. And in fact, there's statistics. I could dig it up, but you can Google it. Since the 70s, I think it is, the pay for the CEOs, the chief executive officers, has increased by 900 and some percent, almost a 10-fold increase in top executive pay. In the same time period, in real numbers, the pay of the average employee has only gone up 12%. There's just an obscene inequity. Back in the 60s, 70s, I don't know, it was the average CEO was making 20 to 30 times the average frontline worker salary or wage. And today it's 300 times, So there's just this inequity in the concentration of wealth, as Jamin showed, with his charts there.
Well, and that drives the inter-organization separation, right? Where you have somebody at the top that's leading the company, but they have like no idea what it's like to be somebody at the bottom of that organization. How are they supposed to lead the organization effectively? It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't.
Yeah, and then a lot of their pay is generated by bonuses, and those bonuses are a result of the corporation doing their own stock buyback. And that was illegal, from what I've read, 30 years ago. Corporations weren't allowed to buy their own stock, but they buy their own stock, and that actually just inflates the share price, the unit price, and the CEO is rewarded based on that price increase of the share.
For playing
so that's
numbers.
Part,
for playing
yeah.
numbers.
And instead of taking that money that they're using to buy back their own shares, they could have put that money back to research and development. They could have put it back into increasing the salaries of the employees. But no, they just buy the share, and then the people that have shares they're happy, and so we reward the CEO for doing that. Does nothing other than concentrate wealth. Well, I don't know. I guess Jamin's tied up. I'm pretty well exhausted myself, so.
I'm getting there. What a great meeting.
Yeah, very good meeting.
They're only going to get better. Pretty fast here.
Well, it has to, because, as Jamin said, if somebody else has a better idea, bring it on. But we have to change the way we're living on this planet. We got some serious issues to draw down carbon dioxide. We need to draw down population. We need to reflect the energy, and the physics doesn't wait for us. It's got its own agenda. So it's got to happen quickly. But it's both heartening and sad that it is actually your age group that's leading the charge. In many respects, it's been a time of thinking that we had more of a horizon. 2100 always sounded like a long ways away, but now it's obviously not 2100. And people in very high levels of authority, like the Secretary General of the United Nations, has come out and said, we're talking months, not 2100. Mm. And I think Dr. Rao is really onto it there. It's, the solar radiation management's definitely the emergency measure to start reflecting that energy back. But it seems, the numbers with respect to what Dr. Rao presents seem to make a lot of sense to me. It's the most viable long-term solution. The technology has always been with us. It's Mother Earth's natural systems, and restore the deforested areas of the planet, and we make edible forests out of them. And we also have, a more loving approach to population management, which to me means a compassionate world is one where we do rise to an understanding that population has to be controlled, that the biblical interpretation that people are just to go forth and multiply is not the correct interpretation of the Bible. We were given dominion, which when I think about the word dominion, the Bible says humanity was given dominion over the plants and animals and the planet. It comes from the word dominate. Well, it's just a matter of, what are we going to dominate with? Is it are we going to carry on with the domination of the planet, which is essentially warfare, deception, and death? Or are we going to dominate with what we actually are supposed to be, spiritual beings, and will dominate with peace, truth, and life? You know, Jordan Peterson actually says in one of the most popular YouTube interviews that he does, or insofar as the most views, was when he was interviewed by Kathy Newman of, I don't know, it's Channel 4 in the United Kingdom or something like that. And in that video, he says, because Kathy Newman is saying, well, how come women don't get paid the same amount? And he's rightfully presenting the side of the argument that, well, women aren't inclined in general to be very focused on pursuit of things and ideas, whereas there is a small percentage of men who are very goal driven. They're ruthless. Like you and I probably, well, we'll never be the CEO of a corporation because we don't have the mentality of warfare. Hello, Jamin.
Hey guys. Sorry about the delay. Thanks for your
anyway,
patience.
No problem.
Whenever you feel like it.
Yeah, we're just
you're in the middle of something.
I guess we're just riffing here.
Keep riffing, man.
And so, yeah, it's a warfare economy. Military sales, dropping bombs, making missiles, exocet missiles. I don't know. They range from $30,000 to $70,000, $100,000 each. These guided missiles. There's a lot of incentive to shoot those things off. And it all started. A book I read by a Canadian scholar here, John Ralston Saul, said it really took off in the 50s. United Kingdom, Canada, United States, perhaps especially, realized, oh, we can actually make money selling weapons to other countries. So it is a warfare economy, and it's a kind of a warfare on Mother Earth economy. And we need to say, well, that's not the dominion of the Bible that's talked about. The dominion of the Bible is actually we're to be, as Dr. Rao says, the caretaker species. We're to be now even to be the thermostat species. Like we have to reassess our values. That, in a sense, I guess, Jamin, is what we've been talking about.
Good. Well, it's this very collective intelligence buttressed by and evolving symbiotically with our collective actions, actually doing the SRM implementations. Something a government should do, but we step in and do it. Why not? And then at some point, as the collective intelligence is co-evolving with this SRM project, which is co-evolving with the CCC compassionate economy, which is co-evolving with the community cafes eradicating hunger, which is co-evolving with veganism, which is co-evolving with this new chain of grocery stores that's CCC, where there's no single use anything and everything is reused. You want to fill up some dry goods from the bulk bin? You tear out your container, TARE, and you weigh in and you net out and you pay for what you net. And it's CCC. No single use anything, 100% vegan, supporting a community cafe, which is right down the street, and so on. It's just win all the way around. We co-evolve all these together, both the collective thought, which is what collective intelligence is the domain of, and the collective action, which is SRM, CCC, community cafes, building out the economy, transforming our entire set of living arrangements with our ecologies.
Yeah, and I'd also like to add, that also it's China and Russia as well that are part of the warfare economy. Everybody's out there selling their military hardware. And we've got to change. Compassion means we have to reach across these political divides. And when you think about the amount of military spending, and if that was diverted to creating compassionate corporations and reforestation and reflective, thin filmed reflective materials, it'd be like it'd be a huge transformation in short order. I am going to say goodbye because, as you can tell, I'm losing steam, probably starting to slur my words. But it's been a slice.
Well, it's been quite a beautiful marathon for 4.5 hours. And thank you so much for being here for all of it. It's been awesome. And thanks to everyone. Nolan and I will probably cruise for a bit more, but I really want to thank and acknowledge you for stepping up as moderator when called upon, right? And
my pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And you guys keep up the great work you're doing, and you're pushing the boundary on computer coding and investigating these different apps and how things can be integrated. So rock on.
Thank you, Miles. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Jamin. Thank you, especially Nolan, representing the younger generation. The geezers like us need to really support in every way we can.
And
thank you.
Bring more.
Commonwealth geezers. We had England, Canada, and Australia. Commonwealth. Her Majesty.
That's it.
The Queen. Da, 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 da. So.
Adios. Let's not forget Mexico. I'll say adios from north of the border.
Luego, compadres. A todos nuestras hermanas y nuestros hermanos en México, pedimos, proclamamos de parte del resto de NAFTA, de Canadá y Estados Unidos, proclamamos nuestro amor, nuestra unión. ¡Viva México!
That's it. We need to do these in Spanish too. You can give us all Spanish lessons.
Well, you can give us lessons in French Canadian.
Oh, I've dabbled in it. I've never. My daughter took immersion, and she's pretty good. A little bit bashful to use it, but anyway, yeah, multiple languages. That'll be the next thing too on the Collective Intelligence platform. Okay, guys. Adios.
Great to see you, Miles. Thanks so much. See you soon. Hey, speaking of collective intelligence, I was just about to comment something about the technology aspect of it, which is that, you know how in a sense software has become easier because it's really about bolting things on, right? Integrating Otter with, Zoom. Mm-hmm. And that's one we didn't even have to touch. They're doing it already. We're just like, can we kind of cut in there and get some of that action, right? But they're making the connection on their own. But, because of standards and because of interfaces and all kinds of great tools and great code, basically, at the end of the day, this integration has become much more Lego block-like, right? And therefore, it kind of looks and feels easier, and it is easier, frankly, right? Snapping Lego blocks together is a hell of a lot easier than carving wood and trying to make two shapes fit, for crying out loud, right? Carving and sanding.
Carving wood is a lot easier when you have a machine to help you carve it, right? So we're just progressively automating more and more things, and then we can automate higher things, and then just pushes us up continuously.
Exactly. And so that's what all that is to say, that just because it's easy doesn't mean that it's not profound or profoundly impactful, right? And so a lot of what we're going to do is going to look easy, right? So be it, right? And, we're going to get to the point where we'll literally be able to speak to the bots in botties, right? And ask them to integrate in new functions, and they'll swarm around, and they'll have a whole bunch of specialized bots specialized in certain functions of software integration. All right, these bots do the database check. These bots do the the object-oriented check. They check all the environments and all the scopes and everything, what's in scope, out scope. They'll just have whole models of it. And you'll do simulated runs. Anyway, it's crazy, but it's not. And
every time you compile code, it could theoretically go like check in with this greater database. Like literally every time if we had this open information source.
That's right. So if a piece of code was represented as being compatible with whatever standard, that could be automatically checked and verified before you plug two things in and electrocute yourself software-wise, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, it's important stuff. But really the larger point I'm trying to make right now is that it's going to be easier and easier and easier over time to bolt stuff in, to snap stuff in. Think of all the tools we've talked about today about integrating, bolting on, right? Vast arrays of tools, including voting tools, democracy tools, rules of order tools, right? The lines between tools and code and text expressing certain intent, like a legal code or a rules of order code, those are much more highly structured for good reason than just normal talk, right? But ultimately I'm speaking intent, which could then be broken down into a more logical code. Jamin, is this what you meant? Yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
Yeah, and do this balancing act where you're checking continuously in with the algorithm, like you check its output.
Yeah.
Immediately after, right? It's more of a symbiotic relationship, and we can form this higher bandwidth through voice, and it's like what Elon Musk is thinking, but the hardware is not there yet to interface directly with our brains. Why wouldn't we just use our voices? It's so easy. We're already doing it.
Oh my goodness. No, and what we're doing is we're talking about using our voices. Exactly, we're already doing it. This is how we evolved to express ourselves in the most richest way possible. Voice and gesture and emotion and head action, arm action, and then if we want to break into dance and rap, we can do that too. It's literally, it's all good, right? But you're absolutely right. Use the tools we have, and we're gonna and here, because here's the cool thing: if there's ever a big concept that you need to express, you express it once, and you create a pointer to it. You give it a name, right? You give it a hashtag. Boom. Hey bot, hashtag boomerang, right? And then I don't have to talk about, well, we carved this piece of wood and aerodynamically did it. I explain it once, and then hashtag boomerang, and then I invoke it. Invoke. And when we invoke tools and algorithms, and even bots, to freaking listen to what we say so that we don't have to remember what the hell we said. Leave it to the bot. That's what's going to really, no, seriously. How much I got to take notes, duh. So I don't forget something. Let the bot remember it, Jack. And then dial it up. Hey, man, hashtag boomerang. What the hell is that thing I keep talking about? Oh, that. Oh, yeah, boom. Here it is. It'll play me a 30-second video, and then I know what boomerangs are.
When that input goes through the system and then back out to you, because the algorithm has completely its own understanding, right? Basically, what it spits out back to you is going to be like revealing of your subconscious and probably surprising in a way, which is why I think that humor in artificial intelligence is so significant, because it's ultimately going to be this balancing act between humanity and the machines, right? With humanity humanity is on top, right? The machine is this kind of vehicle that we're using to propel life on the planet. and beyond. But it'll be continuously learning from us. And then in a really profound way, we'll be learning from it or them, right? Even if your bot only interacted with you, that's the interesting thing. Even if it was cut off from internet access, maybe it has like a general model that it could use that's developed using one of these larger data sets from the social network. But it could be downloaded to like a bot that's offline, and it could still do this act with you, which is actually really simple and elegant, and I don't think is going to be like this insanely dense, like dealing with shitty legacy code kind of program. It's actually going to be super intuitive once we have the data, right? But it's all the data is just fragmented, or it's in a giant warehouse, you know, a million miles underground, wherever Google has their like global model that they generated when they created Google Maps, you know.
Well, okay, so we'll consider this in terms of access to the data. Imagine again the concept that conversation is key. Just say it. So whenever I say something, I say, hey, I just did a Google search and I found out this and this and this and this. Well, guess what? You think a bot can't follow my crumbs that are coming out of my mouth? Bots do, I don't know what percentage of searches, maybe even the majority, right? You know, let the bots get the dang data.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And, you know, and
but in order to do that successfully, we have to be trusting where that data is going, right? And this will be so powerful because from the beginning it will be about this collective and a community, right? So our intentions put out publicly and the way we handle our entrance basically into the collective consciousness, that's incredibly important because essentially what we're doing is we're just taking the world exactly as it is, or as close to the best picture that we can get, and then we're figuring out what kind of mental jujitsu we need to do, right? And like what mental dominoes do we need to hit over? There's actually like the work is in conversation. It literally is in conversation and convincing people that we can do this, right? Just eliminating the wealth inequality by asking rich people to donate all like a bunch of money they know they don't need. They have way more money than they need. I'm sure they would want to invest in something this profoundly impactful.
Well, it's save their damn house, for crying out loud. How much more benefit do you need than to save your darn house where you sleep at night, for crying out loud? Anyway, back to you, Noah.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And once we get into this zone where we're really trusting ourselves over the internet, right? Which is largely aided, like incredibly aided by in-person interaction, right? Me and Jamin have had quite a bit of in-person interactions that have led us to understand each other in a way where we can communicate now over this medium way easier than it was 3 months ago, right? But the whole point is just this intimacy that it will naturally bring all this about, but we have to figure out how to build our family from the family we already have. And yes, we're going to deal with people that are not going to be open-armed and just wanting to hug everybody in the family.
Yeah.
they're gonna want to stand on the outside and be super skeptical and like kind of looking with binoculars and then calling in their backup squad and see like, okay, what's going on here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But even those people, they're just layers out. We're just starting somewhere, but we can do it.
Totally. Hey, I'd like to propose that we pause for just literally 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then I'll be able to go for maybe another hour longer after that, roughly. But I just got to make a couple of calls, just check in, make sure everything's cool, and then I'll be right back if that's cool with you.
That is cool with me.
Okay, let's pause the recording now. All right, after a break, we have been joined by Michael. Great to see you, Michael. How you doing today?
Good to be here, Jamin. Sorry I wasn't able to tune in earlier.
It's no problem, because the very nature of collective intelligence is that you can jump in and jump out. In fact, we encourage it. And, you know, the whole vision, since we've been doing a lot of envisioning, is, of course, you know, tens of thousands of separate video conferences going on in parallel and being transcribed. And Nolan has a couple exciting updates from the Zoom conference. I'll let you give those updates, Nolan.
Cool.
Well, I made some connections with some people that specialize in hardware. You can just slap it down on your table. It's a speaker with a 360-degree camera. So just super easy for jumping into meetings. I made conversation with a couple guys from Otter AI who just recently partnered with Zoom and have just rolled out a beta with them for transcription integration with Zoom. So we can use that now.
Wow, great.
Totally huge, totally transformational. It's really been kind of the missing link in the evolution.
Well, you might remember, Jamin, real quickly, that one of the Sierra Club dinners, actually it was the California one, Rains Cohen, who's always up on the tech stuff, recorded it just there on his iPad using Otter and then put it online.
He was using Otter.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the confirmation. Brilliant.
Yep. So we already tested Otter a little bit, but wow, that's really exciting to have it integrated with Zoom. That's huge.
Okay, so Otter's got the juice. And then tell them about your meeting with Eric Yuan.
Well, after a super inspiring speech by Richard Branson for like an hour and a half or so, they closed out the event. Everybody left. I walked up to the stage, and the CEO was down there, Eric Yuan, and some people crowded around him, waited for them to stop asking for pictures, and then he saw like my shirt, and he was like really flattered by the front of it. He's just like, "Oh wow!" And then I took off my backpack. What's that?
Tell Michael about your shirt.
Oh, sure. So on the front of it, it says, "Ask me how we can unite humanity," in big letters, using Zoom, ... And then on the back side, it says ... and solve the world's most wicked problems. And then it has radish.org. And
great.
And his wife was there right next to him, and she got a kick out of the shirt. And I told him we were working with scientists from Harvard, Stanford, ETH on cutting edge solutions to climate change. And he had expressed a vision of the world zooming by 2035. And so I told him, I said, "I think your vision comes true far sooner than 2035. And he kind of laughed and was like, in this humble way, it's just like, oh, I hope so, you know. And I was like, I said a matter of months. And it seemed to really like, the whole thing, I think, had a pretty strong impression on him.
No doubt.
I could tell he was a little uncomfortable, and he's like trying to, you know, he's got a bunch of other shit to do, and, you know.
Right.
But he ended up, his wife ended up taking a picture of me and him together on her phone. And then he asked for a card. And so he had a card when he walked away from me that says Radish, Radical Collective Intelligence, a new level of thinking, www.radish.org. And then my contact info. And dude.
Nice one, bro. That's the way we do it. We go right to the top. That's what these shows are all about. You know, it's a chance to connect.
And this is founder and CEO of multi-billionaire Eric Yuan, you know, the guy, right, for video conferencing, right?
And listen, Jamin, if it was either you or I, he would have given us a little nod. Yeah, that sounds great, guys. You know, but hearing from a young voice, he was listening. And that urgency that you were expressing, Nolan, on your behalf as well as all of ours, he got that, man. He goes, hey, 2034, forget about it. Yeah, let's talk in 2024, maybe, you know. Right on. Well, I think that oftentimes, like Zoom will have a beta program. They'll have a bunch of partners that have already been working with them on this, whatever next versions they've got, right? And so this transcription thing is fucking huge. So whatever opportunity there might be for us to be some kind of a partner with them, I think that, you know, Nolan just opened the door for that possibility.
Totally, both on the Zoom side and on the Otter AI side. They're only in beta, so we get to be a launch partner, basically, playing our cards correctly, which we have a tendency to do of late. Yeah. And you know, earlier in the video conference, we started talking about, I had this idea that I've been kind of cooking up, that we kind of focus on SRM, right? You know, you know about this because you work.
Right. This is what we're doing.
And
as a primary, top priority example of a meta project that needs doing with collective intelligence.
Exactly. And so, but focusing on that, but then over the course of the conference, because at first there was like, I don't know, 13 of us on there or something like that, a baker's dozen of solutionaries. And we bounced it around. Silas Rao was on there. Some folks that follow him were on there, you know, who followed him into Radish, basically, were on there. And, but it was actually Nolan's brother, Evan, who's traveling around Europe, was dialed in late at night near London. And he just made such a powerful case. It's recorded for veganism combined with SRM, rather than saying, hey, we got to do SRM first. No. And the extension of that is to actually go in parallel across all the major issues in parallel, not exclude anyone. Don't put anyone at the back of the bus. I don't care what the color of their solution, right? Nobody to the back of the bus, everybody to the front, and we go integrated. We go full scale integration. And now, of course, that's going to talk about sequencing of things, right? You know, the optimal sequence is everybody goes vegan now, and we implement SRM over the coming months, right? Nolan said months. Let's talk months. Now, that's the ideal. What will we actually do? Well, the vegan thing is actually going really fast. Doesn't it kind of feel like the computer revolution back in the mid 70s? Right? The veganism thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, also maybe feels like certain kinds of diet revolutions that come up, you know, where suddenly gluten is an issue. It never was before. You never heard about gluten. Suddenly it was gluten-free. It's a gluten-free movement, you know. But yeah, no, it's big. But like, what's the Meta project? It's already underway. Like Salish has already activated the first phases, right? All his media output and events, and you know, what kind of planning, what kind of forecasts, you know, what's the equivalent of, you know, looking at the scenarios if we do 25%, 50%, 80%.
Yeah, his bottom line is by 2026 the world will be vegan. By 2026, and the growth has been really, really rapid, and especially with all these hamburger chains coming online with their Impossible or Beyond Burgers, respectively, right? It's simply become the next thing, and you know, I haven't eaten a hamburger and I can't remember when, because thanks to the freaking, you know, Beyond Burger, right, and stuff like that. Anyway, the bottom line is veganism has the juice, right? And fortunately, we're partnered with veganism in a beautiful, beautiful way, right? And we can leverage that holistic partnership, but also being open to all the other things, not pushing anyone to the back of the bus. Anyone who comes in, great. Hey, you want to talk permaculture? Great. Hey, you want to talk civil rights? Great. Right?
Well, that's, you know, let's call them domains, you know, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Each of these domains, yes, we've always talked about whether we put up an initial taxonomy or we just let it gradually emerge. One way or another, there's going to be these categories, these domains that are being addressed, and what solutions are appropriate to those, and what are the top priority solutions, et cetera, right? And so
exactly. Now, see, that's what I'm saying. The sequencing, the scheduling of implementation, that'll vary depending on the project and depending on the urgency of that project, right? But we're not proposing. I before I kind of had it wrong. I'll just tell one on myself. I had it wrong in thinking, no, we got to kind of focus everything on SRM, right? Including the collective intelligence. And now I've done a 180 on that. And I'm saying quite the opposite, that we need to actually basically.
Well, but Jamin, it's all about person power and hours and attention. And basically what we've been saying is our relatively small Radish team is, while we're continuing to develop the overall Radish initiative and update the website accordingly, and, you know, the other business development, so to speak, initiatives we have underway, we're also going to apply our model and provide some form of consulting engagement with the Harvard project, with the Mirror project. But we only have so much bandwidth to embrace others. We could, because of the relationship with Salish, we could add that to our team's activity. But I never thought there was a change in our philosophy, our policy, so to speak, of what we're representing on the site. I thought it was just
no, there never was. You're absolutely correct, Michael. There never was a change. I was just talking about something that I'd been cooking up in the last few days. In my own little kitchen, right? Thinking that I actually came to the conclusion that we've got to focus on SRM. And actually, well, it's kind of one of those yin and yang things. Let me explain it in two parts, okay? Part one, SRM. Part two, Radish, just to kind of give it some appropriate context, right? Yeah. Within the SRM group, guilty as charged. We're focused on SRM. Big surprise, right? within the SRM group. Within Radish, exactly as you said, Michael, we are holistic. We look at everything, we consider everything, everyone welcome, whatever you want to talk about, frankly, as long as it has to do with healing, Mother Earth, humanity, etc. Right?
Yeah, and we're going to build a more robust infrastructure to house these discussions and do things, offer things to our membership to engage collective intelligence as we go forward, right? But we're just where we're at right now.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so but as far as scope, right. What I was then, because of my big revelation about SRM and focusing on SRM and how we really need to develop that, I took that idea to the social club, and what I basically got back was, we're going to do way better if we talk holistically at the level of the social club, which happens to be the same level of scope of Radish. The SRM team, it scales it down just to SRM, but even within that, of like these 14 subtopics that I'd actually love to read to you guys, subtopics under SRM. That's on a separate pad, so I'm going to head inside to get that. But they include the usual suspects and maybe some unusual suspects. And in fact, as I read them off to you, just note in your mind which sounds more like an unusual suspect and which sounds more like a usual one, right? I'd just be curious to hear an example or two if you think of it. So one is the obvious ones are the science behind SRM, the technology of SRM, the holistic modeling, the computer modeling of the SRM, right, around the world, and therefore what's the optimal distribution over land, over ocean, etc. The politics of SRM, the cultural transformation that it's really a part of, which is this broader humanities phase shift, which in turn is its own subtopic, humanities phase shift, because this is part of humanities phase shift, as I see it.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. The media aspects of SRM, how is this going to play in the media? We need to get out in front of that, right? What are our goals? What is our vision? As a group, as an SRM community, we've got a certain vision, right? What are our assumptions? What are the core assumptions we're making? Let's just be open about it. What is our strategy for success, right? Okay, fine, you got a goal, great. What's your strategy? 2 different topics. The use of collective intelligence within the SRM group, right? Finance, okay? And you've earned your own topic, Michael. I'm calling it arcology/other. And it's basically other things that can be holistically merged with SR. Within other would be things like holistic land management, rainwater capture, solar thermal power generation, a bunch of usual suspects that are included in arcology and lean linear cities, right? Your domain.
It might be related domains.
Related domains. Really, okay, arcology and related domains. That sounds good. Now, another big one is other solution areas for healing the planet, right? Like drawdown, like holistic land management, right?
Yes.
Like veganism, right? Like holacracy and transformations in government, like CCC and transformations in the economy, like arcology and transformations to entire set of living arrangements. So in a way, these are sort of like competing solutions, right? But not really. I'm just saying, if one were to take a trip to the dark side, they could see them as competing.
Oh, well, yeah, no, I mean, you could say that, yeah, many of these solutions, the domains are competing for funding and social support and recognition. And within those domains, the initiatives are competing. And this is one of our biggest problems, is that all of this is happening in a competitive capitalist model of society. where everybody is thrashing around with the survival of the fittest underlying primitive MO. Anyway.
Right, but that's also our opportunity to change the game, because through collective intelligence, we bring people together in conversation, right?
Yes, and hopefully, foster a cooperative versus competitive environment, both socially and organizational relationships.
Exactly, and that gets to the culture of Radish, the culture of the social club, the culture of collective intelligence, right?
Yes.
And certain parts of the culture are codified in rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cultural rules, legal rules, aka laws, policies, customs. Again, a lot of it's codified, a lot of it's not. You just kind of either grow up in that, and there's no book that you can read that really,
It's just a meshwork of codes, most of them antiquated.
Thank you. Exactly. And so, in terms of our rules of order, we're probably going to use Robert's rule. We might use Robert's rules of order initially, but then as new tools come into play, right? All the different symbols, you can raise your hand on Zoom, you can post a comment, you can vote on stuff, will essentially evolve Robert's rules of order, which becomes, part of our toolkit. The auto transcription, other tools that are bolted on. So you got the core Zoom video conference, and then you're bolting on translation, bolting on, Wikipedia integration access. As words are coming out of your mouth, boom, they get underlined and they're Wikipedia linked, right? And then ultimately bots, the Jamin bot who follows Jamin around, right? If Jamin so chooses, right? And if Jamin no so choose, no bots can follow Jamin. And, this is all blockchainized and decentralized, and all these different platforms that we bring in. And we'll kind of make it look easy because of standards and interfaces and stuff is a lot easier to bolt on, right? It's not your grandpa's software, right? This ain't your granddaddy's software, right? Where you actually had to, really get into the nitty gritty of every little piece. This is a lot more bolting on, but just because we make it look easy doesn't mean that it's not utterly profound. I mean, just look at your reaction when we said, yeah, Otter, and we're going to have transcription integration. Bam.
Yeah,
it was like,
exactly.
wow, right? Because
by the way, that's a great example of that principle that I've mentioned a few times and we're all aware of, that a lot of these specialized functions that sometimes take a whole company, even a whole industry segment is devoted to something, and then suddenly it's built into the browser or it's built into the most popular programs and everything's obsolete. So it's a good thing we didn't go coding our own translation or adapting some engine,
exactly.
Right. But it also, and this will maybe be a point that we'll be covering in our Radish meetings, but I'm very excited now. Like, there's step one of the Radish methodology done, and following up on some of our AI contacts and seeing if we can't get some initial implementation of now the processing of those transcripts, because we have a lot of information already. That'll be an interesting thing. I'm sure there's a way to take an existing Zoom video and transcribe it in their new system. We'll see.
Well, I think that's the whole point of their integration. They've bolted on as a beta. So I think literally it's going to be as simple as a download and install.
Well, it'll yes, for sure, and it'll transcribe the videos just as your phone message on your iPhone does now, while it's recording, processing the recording. But I also hope that they make it easier right away to take existing videos and transcribe them. And I know there's other services actually that do that.
Oh, right. Oh, now I got you. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Because we have such a body of material already, right?
Totally. But what's interesting is that's going to be a lot harder, because what this system does, what Otter does, I would bet on it, is it takes the separate audio streams, right? There's 3 separate audio streams here.
Yes.
But when you play the video on YouTube, there's 1 audio stream.
Yeah, right.
It's a big, so when you and I are both talking at the same time, right?
Yeah.
If Otter has coded it right, and I assume they have, they get my stream and your stream. And most importantly, they don't get the mashup.
Yeah, right. That makes a huge difference on reading that material. The AI reading it.
Huge difference. Huge difference. So anyway. So
okay, cool. All right.
But the main point is that going forward, the juice is going forward, right? I don't care if T = 0 starts now, we transcribe, because it just so happens that the number of people participating is growing very, very quickly and will continue to do so. So the past, you know, like my dad's best friend on his refrigerator in Palo Alto had a sign that said, "To hell with the future, let's get on with the past," right? Anyway, I say the flip side of that is let's just focus it. Let's just go forward, plug in all this stuff. The broader point is that we're now plugging in all this stuff so that going forward, we can take the straw that's coming out of our mouths and spin it into gold through software like Otter. That's the first stage of transforming straw to gold is Otter. Transcript, boom, right? Well, do that. Oh, there's a gazillion things. But among other things, if we simply dump it on the website, then Google will index it for us for free. Right. And then with site-specific search, we've got full programmatic access to it, even advanced search, right? And then we program some stuff on top of that, and voila, right? So we can be flying here. And then the cool thing is that as these different groups get together and form and develop, we're going to be able to literally have integration parts between, say, imagine integration between SRM and veganism, right? We could brainstorm for half an hour on that and not even take a pause, right? Well, that will be a codified thing. There will be conversations about SRM and conversations about veganism, and then conversations about the border, for lack of a better word. I like to think of a quilt. Like all the solutions that we're going to be building are like all the patches on a quilt that won the Iowa quilt contest in 1973, right? Just beautifully stitched and everything. You've got conversations on patch A, conversations on patch B, and then literally conversations on A meets B, the stitching. Yeah. Super important, right? Yeah. But of course, you know, it's not a two-dimensional thing, it's a hyperobject, so everything is impacting everything else. So be it. Let there be an Icelandic consulate in Cyprus, so to speak. Let there be consular, literally, you know, diplomatic conversations between topics, as well as the grand synthesis kind of United Nations sort of grand syntheses. Everyone send your rep. Every patch on the quilt sends a representative, and we have a United Nations of all issues, and that's where we hash out. Damn it, we got to get SRM done in the next 2 years. Here's Guy McPherson who will tell us why. Here's Yetao and Jamin Shively who will tell you it's possible. And here's, you know, people XYZ who've got the funding figured out. We came up with some badass shit for that, by the way. It'll knock your socks off. Anyway, this United Nations brings it all together. And it'll also be arguments like, hey, with SRM, we don't need so much your budget as your blessing because we figured out a way to actually make it profitable. But if you give us the blessing, the seal of approval, and all countries commit to supporting it, then the private sector will invest like crazy in it, right? As well as the compassionate sector, which is just now budding. We're working on the Triple C stuff, finalizing that this week. Gaio's hard at work on it, making really good progress. Then bam, complete trademark protection done, right?
What's Gaio doing? A branding for it?
It's a deeper topic, but it's basically trademark related stuff. We're finally, after years, on the whole constellation of trademarks: Radish, Compassionate Economy, Triple C. Those are the biggies. We're now almost totally complete, right?
Cool.
And, so that's exciting, super exciting, actually. Anyway, so and that's another thing that came out of earlier in the social club is let's actually do this triple C thing. Let's actually make it happen. And so, you know, there will be people who are going to be gravitated to the collective intelligence because they want to be compassionate entrepreneurs and they want to support this new model, which is totally and utterly radical to the core. It's like certified organic. It's not 99% organic. It's 100% organic, right? All or nothing kind of thing. Black or white, bifurcated. It's just the way marketing.
David Bronner would be a good person to tune into that initiative.
Yeah, love to.
So both as far as both fair trade and organic, they've surpassed the prevailing standards for both of those with their company practices, and they probably are the closest to the ideal standard in what they do. So anyway,
no, love it. And the ideal standard also includes no single use anything.
Mm-hmm.
Right, which would wipe off every packaged product off the shelf off of Whole Foods right now, because it's all in the single-use plastic model. Mm-hmm. Oh, you can love the planet to death, but you know what? You're the biggest contributor to dumping plastic in the ocean. Let's face it, right? The supermarket, the high-end packaged, Western food packaged for diet, as well as take-home shit from restaurants. You've seen the stuff that Melissa and I schlep around. It's awesome. Stainless steel, lasts forever, totally reused.
Yeah, that's a great education on all that kind of stuff, and also trying to get people to buy in bulk, and retailers offering more in bulk sales, like the village mentality. Every suburban neighborhood should also have a place where you could go to get all the basics in bulk.
But packaged also has its place, but packaged in a way that it's reused, like Coca-Cola, the old school Coca-Cola reusable bottles.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
They're packaged. It's not like you have to fill up your own damn greasy bottle at the store and not spill it all over your knees.
Well, and even glass is really an unlimited resource, as far as I know. It's pretty unlimited. And I also know about foam glass, the technology that takes recycled glass and makes it into a material that can be used for all kinds of construction. And so glass is definitely the replacement for plastic, the new old solution.
Yeah, especially reused glass, right? Mm-hmm. Like Coca-Cola bottles. And, you can imagine square gizmos out of basically the same material for food. Why not?
Yeah.
You can do liquids, you can do food. So whether it's glass, high-grade plastic, stainless steel, whatever, those are details. The point is the ultimate model is like both retail and food service with no single use anything. I mean, from cradle to grave, right? Even business to business transport of whether it's peanuts or olive oil, whatever. Olive oil, hey, with reusable glass, they got it down.
Yeah.
That's all right. Let's talk, right? Well, it all has to get worked out. So that becomes the goal of the supply chain. Triple C can mandate certain progress limits. So you can actually get Triple C within your store and then push it down the supply chain, and we give you extra time for that. So it's not like we deny you Triple C, even though you're doing everything you possibly can. You then push it down the industry. And so this whole thing can really take off, and some big name brands, just think of the power of retailers like Amazon and Costco. What if we have equivalent, scope, but Triple C retailers?
Yeah.
Shop online. Hey, dude, go to Camazon, Triple C Amazon, Camazon. Anyway, obviously we can't name it that for trademark.
Well, by the way, you mentioned United Nations, and a couple of points on that. It looks like, in fact, I may have a conflict for Sierra Club this Thursday because I've been invited to help chair an event on the anniversary of the United Nations here in San Francisco.
Wow.
It's part of the SOCAP conference, a friend of mine doing it. It's not a super official thing, I guess, but it's pretty cool. But the other thing is, Technoverde was originally the name for a project for UNDESA, the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, to create a platform for sustainable consumption and production, that's the category that they look at all this kind of stuff, greening supply chains and so forth.
Totally.
So I'd be happy at the right time to introduce you to that group. And a couple of people I know are still there.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, let's have an inaugural, green supply chain meeting. Let's identify the space, triple C, transformational, green, reusable, regenerative, vegan, the whole thing. Anyway, we'll demarcate the space so that it's totally clear what's within.
They're very ambitious. By the way, they had a 10-year framework for sustainable consumption and production to try to convert everybody, and they had like either 300 or 600 organizations around the world, all the different trade organizations of all kinds that they wanted to engage in this platform. And so, it would be timely to revisit that whole bigger, where are you guys at with that, and then introduce this. So yeah, let's do that. That goes on the list.
I would posit that the reason that, it's not taking off like it should, even though they've got all the models worked out, they need the marketplace mechanisms, right?
Yes.
Like I said on the original Radish video going back 5 years or so, market-based solutions for market-based problems. And I'll just share for like 60 seconds tops here.
Sure.
Just to give a flavor. I shared this earlier, so I'm just going to literally whiz through this, but I think we've seen parts of this before. Anyway, so of the roots of our problems, income distribution is one of the roots, not the only one. And so the radical solution is transform the economy. I think I've shown you this. It's maybe been a while, but like Coca-Cola, they sell to everyone, but dump all their profits in the pockets of the richest people, the shareholders, the owners, right? Newman's Own does the opposite. It sells to the rich and gives to the poor, all profits to charity, right? So Triple C is basically doing that same model for the entire economy. And it's got its 3 standards below. Very notably, all profits to eradicating hunger. And
excellent.
We're going to bifurcate the economy. First, there was just Coca-Cola, right? And then there was Coca-Cola and the 7 Dwarves, and then it got bifurcated. First, there was food, and then it got bifurcated. Remember when it was just food? And it got bifurcated. Organic everything. You can even have an organic barbecue, even organic briquettes. Bring your girlfriend organic flowers. If you get lucky, you can sleep it off on an organic mattress. And at the end, light up an organic cigarette. Finally, a cigarette that's good for you. Anyway, the retail sector got bifurcated. First, there was just retail, remember? Then it got bifurcated. We're going to bifurcate the whole economy into an economy of hoarding versus the economy of sharing. That simple. Choice is yours. It'll be in the marketplace. It'll be everything. It'll be the new certified organic, but with way deeper meaning. Before veganism, I had this vision of sustainable beef versus unsustainable, thanks to Alan Savory. And we still need to have a synthesis between
holistic. Still need to do that because it won't go away overnight, that's for sure.
Yeah. But anyway, and
that's great. I had not seen that whole presentation. Well done.
Oh my goodness, thank you. I'm so sorry. I just kind of assumed we had gone over that in early days, but anyway. So then we got community cafes, and the whole idea is that like Sato Hemp is one of the first compassionate organizations, Triple C. And anyway, there's some other stuff, but anyway, we've seen enough. We get the idea. So, but the big picture though is that this Triple C thing it's really gonna. It defines its space, and it's so well protected trademark wise, right?
Yeah.
It works with the Compassionate Economy, a Washington State nonprofit, that it has its own trademarks as a membership organization, a membership mark versus a certification mark. I've basically become an expert in trademarks. So this is totally demarcated, totally protected. And then if you build in intelligence into the model, and yeah, we trademarked that too, radish.org, a social network. Literally, that's what the trademark says, social network, 2 words. If you build that in, now it's just an impenetrable fortress, right, of standards and ethos and intelligence, economic transformation of living arrangements when you build it into our ecology, extend it to that. But listen to how we're going to save the California coastline, since we won the Pacifica project and we'll be heading down there to do some major stuff there. Imagine that we go to the coastal communities of all of California, because all of the coast is threatened, and we say, look, if you've got a mansion on the coast, right, how about kicking in 1% of your property's worth to save 100% of your property? Hello, right? And the way that we're going to do that is through SRM and veganism and basically saving life on Earth, including saving your big mansion. Now then, fast forward a little bit. Let's say that some people do and some people don't. We show a map and we show who gave and who didn't give. And someone who gave 3 times as much as their suggested donation amount at 1%, they get, 3 green stars or something like that. So it becomes a social thing, and it becomes trendy to give, and it actually becomes frowned upon to not do your part. We in that way raise billions of dollars, do SRM, do the PR, do the media, right? But now we got a solid ass funding mechanism, right? And of course we do it as a CCC operation. All the arcologies, lean linear cities, all CCC, all vegan, all regenerative. They merge with holistic land management. Thank you, Alan Savory, so that we green the surrounding desert, right?
Yep.
And anyway, there's so many cool concepts that we talked about earlier. I even took some notes here. Among them, public voting. So let's say we propose a certain thing like SRM, and we've run a bunch of simulations. Here's what we propose. Public, come and vote. And they vote yes or no, or they abstain, or they say, I've got an objection. Overall, I like it, but I've got this objection. And so we use technology, we use tools to break it down into a taxonomy of its components. You can vote yes or no on individual components of it. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
You can speak your mind, voice and vote. That's another early concept of Radish, going back literally like 5 years ago, voice and vote. Anyway, so then we also talked about rules of order. It turns out Miles from Calgary, Canada, is somewhat of an expert on Robert's Rules of Order and parliamentary order and all this and all that.
Oh, cool.
So when I need to bail out of the social club, I pass the baton to Miles, and he moderates and mediates, and it's actually not that hard because everyone agrees upon the rules. So we talked about so many cool ideas. It just really got off the hook today.
On that one, Jamin, did you guys talk about kind of maybe writing up a Radish Rules of Order for, I don't know, just guidelines for
I love it. Radish Rules of Order.
Yeah.
How fortunate is that? Radish Rules of Order. Brilliant, guys. Cha-ching, man. Pump it, man. What's up? What's up? We got Radish in the house, yo. Radish Rules of Order. Right?
I mean, there's things like, collective intelligence means hearing from everyone. So that means the more excitable or louder voices in a group need to make sure and open up space and things like that. And we should talk that through. But also some of the basic Robert's Rules of Order would be in there, probably pretty directly.
Well, the Robert's Rules of Order could be our MS-DOS, and then we just gradually build Windows on top of that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. One app at a time, and next thing you know, where did DOS go? I don't know, right? Because so much of it will be moderated by like bots and communications that go to everyone versus communications that go privately just to Jamin, like Jamin, shut the fuck up, et cetera, right? And right. So, with the tools evolves a new culture, right? My dad read me an article years ago that, hey, Jamin, they did a study and they found out that the words people use in written communication varies between email, texting, right? Handwritten, typed letter, texting, LMK, CYI, blah, 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 XYZ, it's all acronyms. If you write out a handwritten letter, you're going to handwrite it, and an email, likewise, it's more long form. So with the medium comes a new syntax, almost, a new shorthand, a new way of expressing, right? Yeah. And with this, we've got basically a whole rich, way richer medium than we've ever had before. Going back to Gutenberg. Gutenberg made it sweet. Ma Bell made it sweeter. Telegraph sweetened it up a little bit more. U.S. Postal Service was badass by the mid-'70s. We even had freaking telephones. By the 80s, we had answering machines. You know, by the 90s, we had electronic mail. Well, boom, fast forward to 2020 and bum, bum, we've got full-blown Zoom, transcription, translation, indexing, search, bots, AI, you know, pattern analysis, figuring out using socionics, Jungian stuff, you know, which people should be talking to which people about which topics to make maximum progress. The last thing we want are time wasted fighting and people are interrupting each other and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah. Good. We'll do it.
So anyway, we're just in this really rich space where we're now bolting together whole components, which then build the platform up higher, and from which we can then see even farther into where we're going next. So it's becoming this beautiful virtuous cycle, which we had actually predicted. And this is a set of slides I'm sure I must have shown you before, but just to be sure, I'll just whip them out real quick, and I'll screen share in a quick second. Okay. Yeah, this comes from the Radish slides. So we're now in a phase that we had actually predicted. I think I put these slides together like something like 3 years ago, this particular sequence, which is about the evolution of collective intelligence, right?
Right.
This is 2001 of collective intelligence. First, there was a platform, however small, however limited, upon which an actual collective intelligence grows and grows and grows and grows and grows some more until its growth doesn't stop exactly, but it's limited by the platform, right? At which point you use that massive intelligence to design the next generation platform, which supports much greater intelligence. More new members are exponentially joining during this phase. And then that big brain designs an even bigger platform, which supports an even bigger brain. And the thing is, it happens faster and faster and faster because software integration itself has become easier. And the collective intelligence swarming around any given software problem using all these great tools like transcription and translation. So the Chinese coder can say, oh, you're screwing up with the basic object architecture here and da-da-da-da, and it's all translated into English, and the guys in the Silicon Valley, their jaws just drop. He nailed it. He totally nailed it. And they fix it. And off they go. So, I mean, this is going to happen. It is happening so fast. So the singularity is here. It is now. That's the big exciting thing, because at this level of jamming, there were like 6 of us jamming for like over 3 hours straight, close to 4 hours straight. We started as 13, you know, kind of like a pottery thing. You smooth it. Within, you know, a couple hours in, there were a half dozen of us, and we jammed for over an hour and a half longer, close to 4 hours, just a half dozen of us. And so it's really flying. It's really smoking, right? And now with you here, Michael, it's perfect.
Well, thank you. Well, I am excited to see the kind of maturation of this vision, which, you know, does stand in kind of contrast to the whole Singularity University, Kurzweil kind of notion that we just give it over to the AI versus the AI relieving human minds of tedium and enhancing and fostering the deeper levels of human consciousness, because it's very much about the depth of human consciousness. It's not just our exchanging facts and figures and even simple, you know, just even ideas. It's more about our intuition and our collective intention that actually manifests things in the world, you know. And I guess what I'm saying, as I often, you know, bring up in these conversations, is that there's the whole untapped human potential and capabilities that are currently understood through the paranormal lens of science, which is the best that's been, you know, put together by the science framework to look at these things. But those of us who are more into these inner human dimensions realize that this is just the higher functions of nature. And this is what this whole system is all about, that's what the planet wants us to do, is to tap our collective intelligence. And again, it goes deeper than just idea exchange and assimilating data. There's a lot more to what's coming together here. And so I am excited again about this, kind of redefinition of what is the singularity that we're approaching. Well, I believe that's what many of us have been sensing for a long time. Certainly the dawn of the New Age movement, as kind of silly as much of that became, the base of it is a shared vision of human transformation, a transformation that begins in consciousness, like a massive self-revelation of humanity. That's what I think millions of us have been sensing that. And that vision doesn't give over to AI, that it's an implosion of super intelligence that we've created that subsumes us. No, it's about the flowering of human consciousness into the next stage of our evolution. And our neuronal networks, our organic systems are just fine. Yeah, as far as interacting with the material world and our sciences and a lot of what we're, again, relieving tedium, that's great. That's what AI is doing, and it's been around for a long time. But going forward, the big vision, I think there's a bifurcation in this vision of where we're headed, evolution-wise, we might say.
Yeah, that's really well put, Michael. I see it as a total bifurcation. And actually, there's a framing that I think might help. Is, if strong AI, the singularity vision, Ray Kurzweil, who I met in 2005 when he came to Microsoft, and read his book and had a brief conversation with him, but a very meaningful one.
Yeah.
Let's call that the Tesla. It's pure electric, no gasoline, right? And 1975, it was all gasoline. What I'm suggesting is there's a Toyota Prius phase in between that's literally a hybrid, which is where we're at now, right? We wouldn't even be having this conversation with this richness of video were it not for ICT, right? But it's, it's arguably dumb ICT, right? A bunch of people did a bunch of work 100 years ago, digging a bunch of trenches, and now we've got fiber optic cable, and, we can all Zoom, right? But it's not like, ooh, super AI, right? Now, as we spur this evolution that I showed that last series of images on, the exponential growth of CI, right? Which is that hybrid of platform and brain on top of the platform. That's the actual collective intelligence. We're starting out relatively thin on the AI, right? And big on the human. This is all human intelligence. It's happening right here, by the way. It's not like there's AI bots whispering in our ears saying, hey, tell Ghazni this, right? No. So it's very human heavy. Over time, as we build better and better software and bots and AI and all that, the AI part of the balance will start to tip. It'll be more and more and more AI. What Kurzweil predicts is that balance will tip so much that, yeah, will still be important, right? But the AI will be doing so much of the heavy lifting that we can basically kind of cruise and meditate together and imagine, and the AI is listening, and yeah, it feeds off of that. But the AI could run things just fine, thank you very much, and will run things just fine. Think SRM. That's kind of an
example. Well, that's it right there, is where do we go with human consciousness and human existence, human livingry, when we leave behind these more primitive states. Okay. And that's the emergent dimension that to me is super exciting. And I can start going off on all those kind of things, but I don't want to, be too new agey.
Nothing wrong with that, Michael. Nothing wrong with that. We need you to be too new agey. And because it's precisely this is what this empowers. You've answered your own question in that it empowers us being new agey. It empowers us to really dream big and go beyond and go beyond and go beyond, because we finally have the spaceships technologically that can take us there. The information.
We have all of our current science fiction, including even a lot of what we might call science fiction light kind of programming that people are watching a lot of these days. And many of the themes have to do with superhuman capabilities, the next evolution of humanity, you know, and that is, it is in the collective consciousness. Where are we going? We know that we're more than this. We're more than worker bees, consumers, even more than mothers and fathers, you know. There's something about us. So,
well, you see,
people are waking up to varying degrees to the depth of our being and consciousness, and I think there's a welling up of intention to activate new levels of awareness and action, you know. And I'm talking about more than just, you know, environmental awareness or the traditional human potential of smarter, faster, better. Talking about grokking the big picture, about really understanding the interdimensionality of reality and the fact that we have other ways to be and other places to go even in a more advanced evolutionary state. And we have glimpses, we have windows into those new states of being that have been now addressed informally for hundreds of years, but formally through science during the last 50 years, to the extent that we know how, we don't know exactly how, but we know definitely that yogis can stop their heart at will and go into a suspended state and then restart their heart. We know that they can change the temperature of parts of their body at will. You know, we know that remote viewing is real, as the CIA knows, and the Russians know, et cetera, et cetera. So what if we had time to really go deep on these things and really learn? And yeah, maybe we can get together 100 people and levitate. Forget about cranes and heavy lifting with machinery. We just get 100 people out there and we stand there and we levitate the big pieces of the arcology into position. Maybe we're using a little amplifier device that somehow channels consciousness into this anti-gravity generator and makes it happen, you know. A whole realm of invention and discovery, I think, awaits us in this interface of our own existing organic technology with ways that AI and other technologies can teach us about ourselves and maybe even give us enhancements in these directions. Again, not just enhancement in intelligence, but enhancement in, I guess, what you might call emotional intelligence, but also the further reaches of consciousness and its ability to interact with the world and beyond what we normally perceive as the world. So, yeah, sorry, getting a little wordy here, but it's good to express these things.
Well, you know, that's exactly why we have long format social club. It's long format by design. We're not trying to create a 3-minute YouTube video here. We're doing quite the opposite. We're rooting down. We're rooting down.
Well, let me ask Nolan, who's been quietly listening. What do you think about those subjects, Nolan? Put you on the spot.
I think that I like to, oh, that's my mom here actually. Hey, come in.
As far as I'm concerned here, I'm going to pause just for privacy. Okay, after a brief pause, Nolan, you were saying, and if you want to introduce anyone, go for it. Nolan, you have the floor.
This is my mom, Christy. And this is my brother Nicholas, and it's his 16th birthday today, so it's a special day.
Wow, 16. Congratulations. What a milestone.
You'll have to go out for beers. Oh, that sounds like you're 18. Sorry. That sounds like you're 18. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
You can drive, though. Watch out.
Yeah.
So yeah, Gaz, to answer your question, I've been enjoying thinking about technology as a whole, as a platform that our civilization is effectively living on, and we're constantly rebuilding it. If you think about creating a pyramid structure, and then you draw just one line with humanity as the altitude, and technology is the foundation, then you can imagine as this whole thing is growing, that line where the limit of technology is increasing, and it's like pushing everyone upward. So it's super exciting to hear you talk about what you've been talking about and to just be talking about all of this. It's absolutely necessary in our progression, and I think we have an unfathomably long ways to go in our journey in the universe. So,
and if I can just cut in there real quick, Nolan. So, yes, AI will be on its own exponential, but humanity will be on its own exponential, because see, with this technology and all the switching, we'll basically be able to find those people who we can jam with the best, right? The only reason not everyone is a Keith Moon is because they haven't met their own Pete Townsend, Roger Daltrey, and John Entwistle. That's why not everyone is a Pete Moon. I just named the players of the band The who Gaz and I grew up with, right? Anyway, Christy, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so each of us gets to find our own Roger Daltrey's and Pete Townsend's and John Entwistles. It's that simple. And then we all jam, and then when we're all jamming together, can you imagine the planetary orchestra of all these different different who's coming together? Who's on first? Whoa, Nicholas just jumped in and he started jamming on his 16th birthday. And he redefines rock and roll, right? So it's going to be this the way I see it, it's going to be like a double helix, like a DNA molecule. One corkscrew is humanity, the other is technology, and they grow together. They co-evolve.
Yeah, that is what's happening.
That's what's up.
But we're the designers
for the moment. Right.
All right. Well, we'll let the birthday celebration.
On that mystery note, on that mysterious note, I think we've pretty much cracked the code. But it's left with a question: will AI ever join us in design? It already has, right? Thanks to ICT broadly, we're co-creating with Zoom. Thank you, Eric Yuan and company. You've brought us together. So who is the designer? Zoom is the orchestrator, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so but the lines get so blurred. Who cares? The chocolate ice cream and the vanilla ice cream, when you swirl them together enough, it just becomes swirl, right, Nicholas? Shoot, Nicholas could have told you that. Nicholas, I'm just playing. We like to have fun. We've been at this. Christy and Nicholas, you need to know this. We have been meeting for 6 hours and 20 minutes, minus a couple of few-minute breaks.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that's a while.
Nice. And Nolan and I even talked on the breaks. So Nolan has been going non-stop, and Evan was on for the first few hours.
He was? Oh, that's nice.
Oh, he rocked it. He changed my world. And all these people said, "Hey, you should be like Greta Thunberg. You should be the male version of Greta," basically. It's beautiful.
Awesome.
I'm so glad you guys are on. Huh?
Have you eaten?
A little bit.
Oh, okay. Well.
Anyway, I don't want to keep you guys. You're welcome to stay, but I don't want to keep you. Places to go and people to see, and birthdays to celebrate, cake to eat, ice cream to swirl, and
Great.
Beautiful.
Good to see you.
Really nice meeting you guys.
Okay.
Great to see you
Sure,
all.
Nolan.
Christy, Nicholas, Nolan.
Good to see
Great
you.
to see you all. All
Thanks,
right.
Nolan.
Take care, you guys.
Okay.
Talk to you guys soon.
Talk to you soon. Thanks. See you soon. See, this is the universe telling us it's not all about technology. There's also
It's about 16-year-old birthdays too.
and carving pumpkins. We
That's
carve
right.
pumpkins on Sunday.
Yeah. Well, good. Well, I'm glad I could join and get up to date a little bit on these wonderful threads and offer a few comments.
And we took it all the way to the nth degree, right?
Yeah.
With the coevolution of humanity's intelligence and design tools and all that, and AI itself. I mean, they're going to co-evolve because it's kind of like humans studying monkeys. Our understanding of monkeys is limited by our own intelligence, right? AI's understanding of us and what we're doing and patterning off of it is going to be limited by our own intelligence, right? And so, we're codependent. We're going to have this codependent relationship, and I think we always will. And so be it. Let it be. Yeah. Each of us is magic in our own ways. Yeah. One becomes a great basketball player, another becomes a great baseball player. Go have a barbecue together, right? Mm-hmm. And mash them up. So we're just going to be constantly mashing up all the amazing stuff that each of us is creating or synthesizing or doing whatever with. It's the mashups that are the key, like what we're doing right here, right now.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, synergy.
That's it. The ultimate partnership between humanity and technology. But see, the cool thing is, because we're taking it on as a partnership and most of the intelligence is still within humanity, but now this hyper-connected humanity that becomes like really intelligent, before the AI has a chance to pass us up, we can build out the standards that will make AI benevolent. The standards and the safeguards we can codify.
Was it Arthur C. Clarke, or who was it that made the rules, the Android rules?
Well,
10 of them.
Yeah, that's like classic stuff. More recent stuff is Nick Bostrom book Superintelligence that came out a few years ago that Bill Gates has touted, literally. He said, I recommend this book. That's a direct quote from Bill Gates. So Nick Bostrom, but anyway, in that whole book, he's like going on and on and on about the perils and this and that and safety and security. And it's supposed to be this nice treatise on, AI, basically, super intelligence. And in the whole book, only about 3 or 4 pages are dedicated to collective intelligence, right? It's like when you were 13 years old and went to your first R-rated movie, you had to sit through 2 hours of nonsense to see a 5-second tit scene, right? Yeah. I mean, but at least they were acknowledging it. But the key is the human part of collective intelligence is just skyrocketing right now. The AI part is on its growth path, so be it, but we're still far ahead. With CI, we become vastly farther ahead, and we're able to actually contain AI in benevolent ways.
Yeah.
But part of that containment may be within the software, maybe within the hardware, and it may be within surveillance, but it may also be within how we relate to technology and our own culture.
Mm-hmm.
So we may have to become active participants in the constraining of evil, right? In other words,
no doubt about that, I think.
It's kind of an understatement, right?
Yeah.
So, but basically with a whole new culture, a whole new legal system, a whole new holacracy, whole new economic trend. Look, if everything's going to transform, we might as well get rad, get to the roots, make it super badass.
Might as well.
Why do it halfway? Look, doing it halfway could be the most dangerous thing of all, actually.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's on the most advanced frontiers. I think that's still the question. Are we doing it halfway? So, well, yeah, and I think we're also looking forward to connecting with some of these AI groups and getting some conversations going about that.
Totally, totally. I would say since we've cracked the blood-brain barrier with Otter AI, and we can get this stuff into text,
Yeah.
then that kind of shifts the bottleneck immediately downstream toward basically natural language processing.
Well, again, we go back to what Google Mail had 5 years ago. It's reading your emails and it's creating associations and linking to things that relate. It's already all fucking there.
Exactly.
And it's been used for this crazy shit, you know?
Exactly. It's all there. So we go to the next bottleneck, which is basically that, right? And then we'll have increasingly well-designed and sophisticated methods of basically you show up, I'm a new Radish user, and I get interviewed by a bot, right? And the bot's going to basically suck down a bunch of information according to some logic tree, right? If it determines that I'm a poet instead of an engineer, it's not going to talk to me about the laws of thermodynamics. It's going to talk with me about Strunk and White and whatever the heck else poets should know, right? And anyway, so, you know, and so on and so on and so on, but increasingly more sophisticated. And then, but that's just to get you started, right? Once you're started, then you're connecting with groups, and then, you know, your bot sits on your shoulder and listens in like Obi-Wan Kenobi, and is able to constantly give good advice, better and better advice, the more it learns about you, right? And so people will just be shredding in the skateboard park, right? And mashing it up, and away we go. So let's get to that next bottleneck as quickly as possible. Let's get Otter AI integrated and tested, and let's be using that by default for every social club and every public meeting for that matter. I mean, if it's public, it's public, right? It's not like, oh, we're going to hold back on the transcript. Somebody could sit there and type it out in Indonesia if they wanted to, right, and put it up. So anyway, I say we do that. Once we have that and we've got these streams of text, now we've got data to play with. Oh, you say you've got good natural language processing software? Great, let me download it and run it on this and see what it spits out. Who do you associate with whom? In other words, look, we could let it listen to all of us, right? And all that we're saying, and see what suggestions.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just want to get up on what applications are out there. You know, I mean, it's the AI, you know, developer user group, trades association, whatever. I mean, there's a way to tap into what's out there. What are the options? There's probably 5 or 6 different offerings for most of the things we want already up and running. And it's finding, you know, the context in which those exist, because some of them will probably go, oh, you guys are just what we've been looking for, you know, to implement our particular system.
Totally. And then we'll have a nice partnership with them.
That's right. That's right. We've got to find those. So,
love it.
You know, I keep meeting these people, and they're usually, you know, younger people, often women. I've met like 6 people in the past couple months who are young people that are working on AI in different organizations. And so.
Well, I hope you're keeping all their business cards.
Yeah, some of them I've had cards. Some of them were supposed to follow up with me, this and that. But yes, they're all around, and so. Yeah, when we're ready, it's, you know.
Good. Well, I'd say we're going to be ready fairly soon, because we're going to start capturing our text, and then because of the audio streams, it'll be able to track Jamin. You know, we can be in the same meeting but talking about 2 fundamentally different things, right? The AI will the bots will pick that up. The Otter AI will pick it up, and then it'll really have a good reading on Jamin, a good reading on Gaz, a good reading on, you know, Gaio, on Nolan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And then people will want to play more, because the more you play, the more it gets transcribed. It's almost like a service, right? And then you'll be able to share out really great portions of conversation on Facebook. You'll publish it wherever you want to publish it, because it's great stuff. You'll highlight stuff. Look, this is where Gaz said this, and then Nolan said that, and isn't that cool? What do you think? And then boom, we put it out there, and we get, you know, feedback from people. It just opens up all kinds of new scenarios. It's kind of like the ultimate missing link between synchronous video, asynchronous text search, indexing, mashing up, linking, doing all those Gmail functions that you probably would like this, right? But it's more like, oh, you would probably like this conversation. And then it gets back to archive sanity that we looked at a couple of years ago. Remember when we looked at archive sanity, and it was like this software for, oh, you like this paper? Here are other whole papers like it. If they can do that paper to paper among a big population of technical papers, they can do it conversation to conversation across a big population of conversations. That's actually
it's applied dynamic hyperlinking.
That's
and,
it.
You
In
know,
fact, a friend
associative linking, but it's applied to specific, formulas. But it's good old hyperlinking is what it is. It's just more advanced.
And more dimensional, right? I mean, like they've literally figured out a way, and I think that among the technology that they use, this isn't the whole of it, but among the technology that they use is word frequency. So, if a document on AI has the word matrix, okay, well then we know they're using linear algebra. They're using matrix manipulation. On the other hand, if a paper is saying string, well, they're probably doing text manipulation, right? And so on and so on and so on. But because of words, then they can do the whole big fat grandpa's Webster's dictionary of words, right? Because of that, they can do. It's just,
it's fascinating to envision all this stuff, and particularly knowing that it's all already been thought through and all built. Like all the different categories.
That's it. So these are
how you scan a document and make sense of things.
Yeah, so you can say, I loved that conversation. Then here are 5 other conversations that are the closest in this multidimensional, deep way.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And then you can further mash it up by, well, who are the humans who created the conversation? You can say, well, look, I'm only interested in these deep conversations about particle physics where there's at least 2 physicists involved. Right? Fine. Just like advanced search on Google. You can filter in or filter out anything you want. Just tell me, right? So with that, we'll really be able to, fine tune the discovery. Because look, across this giant world with 7.6 billion people, there are so many conversations that you and I just need to be a part of, right? Because they're happening right now. It's just that they're happening in Holland in Dutch, and we don't even know the people, and it's kind of too bad. Well, with Radish, it doesn't have to be too bad no more, right? That's the punchline. And as we add more and more of these tools, it was like a MacBook Pro. At some point, you just simply had to have one. When the first MacBook laptops came out in the early 90s or whenever, they were expensive as hell and had a tiny little screen. Okay, you didn't have to have one of those because there wasn't that much you could do with it. By the time the 2000s rolled around, by 2009 you had to have a MacBook Pro.
Yeah,
you're just like, it's a crime against yourself not to, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then the iPhone came along. Well, this is going to be like that. It's like at some point people are just going to say, you know what, I just got to be in there. Because to not be in there is to both be missing out on the biggest party in town, missing out on the biggest networking opportunity in town. And it's better to be first than it is to be better. They've done this study. If there's 2 people that are identical twins, you meet one and you meet the other, you always like the first one better.
Yeah. Hey, when you're down here, we should get together with Alden and Lucian Tarnowski and the whole group here. In fact, we could do a little Radish discussion over at what's called the Savannah House.
I can't wait.
They're very interested, and they're doing tremendous outreach on pretty high level venues, including the UN and major financial gatherings, Davos. They were over there, and they're really trying to create like an operating system for the SDGs. But it gets down to much of what Radish is working on is extremely relevant to the kind of vision that they're coalescing. I'll try to set that up.
That'd be so crazy cool.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, you're kind of like the first human radish because you know so many people, right? It's like the first version of radish was being friends with Michael Gosney. And you're kind of like this giant switchboard, right? Because you know everybody. I mean, I kind of hate to say it this way, but you've been around long enough that you basically know everyone.
I know, that's true. Yeah. It happens when a few decades go by, and
it just happens. Yeah.
We just had the Bioneers after party up at Solstice Grove, and that's where we have multiple generations of, leaders in the green and technology worlds kind of intersecting, and it's quite a circle, I must say. And in that crowd, I'm not one of the oldest. I'm one of the older, but there's tons of people well into their 60s and 70s that have made great contributions and still are in various ways. And I think there's a growing sensibility too that we need the multiple generations all interacting more. So that's a good thing. Bioneers, which is, it has a very youthful orientation. They really work with a lot of the youth groups and attract a lot of youth, but it's super multi-generational. It's really great. And also very much into diversity on all levels. So pretty healthy environment.
Wow.
Anyway, brother, this has been great.
Hasn't it?
Yeah, really good.
Right. Beautiful. All righty. Well, I'll let you go, and maybe we can connect tomorrow on other stuff. I'm gonna stop recording, but first I just want to thank everyone for participating today. We probably had 14 people, 15, 14, and then for the folks who really stuck it out for the long haul, and the people who were there at the very end, like you, Michael Gosney, and for you.
I came in at the very end, so thanks to everybody that went.
A good hour. You've been on over an hour, actually. Well over.
Okay. Yeah.
Over an hour and a half, actually. See, time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
This is super fun. I just want to say to our membership out there and our prospective membership, join us. If you haven't joined radish.org yet, please do. It's free and always will be. And then you'll get all these invitations, all these super cool meetings that we do, and you can literally be hanging with us. How cool is that? Michael, last words?
Oh, all good. Well, thanks for everyone who's contributed to this conversation and who will be checking out these ideas. And join us.
Beautiful. Thank you, Michael. And thanks, everybody. Take care.